Okay, try it now. Mic check. Can you guys hear me? Something like that. All right. Okay. I think I'm all right. Okay. What is up, y'all? Sorry about the past couple of days. I have not been feeling well at all. I think I have food poisoning. So I think the next day after I ate from one of my favorite places to eat at, I was not feeling well at all. So I assume that's what that was, and I just like, all right, I'm gonna have to just take it easy for a bit. But yeah, here we are. So I guess now I gotta play catch up. I've been kind of keeping up with what's been going on with um builds, what people are doing, etc. I see Poison TV is in a different form, obviously, but it seems to be doing quite well. In fact, actually dethroning DT, which is actually kind of cool. Cool to see that shake up. But what we're gonna do is I am going to test a few things because I think something is amok with pain gorgers, and not in a good way. So I'm gonna double check and make sure that things are, my hunch is hopefully not correct. What up, y'all? Mr. Pent, Zeal, Grez, Sodom. Now you're now a pin shot. TV Azure did 102 with DT, and now I'm trying to swap to poison. Yeah. I'm not sure what I want to do, honestly. I after testing things, and I definitely got to update some guides. I literally haven't been able to do anything. I felt like quite useless for the last couple of days, and that feels awful. You said you're gonna try Flurry. I think right now I'm interested in like making sure that I understand all the mechanics of the new stuff that we got, new toys, and then do my best to apply it to something I actually want to min max. Because of course, I'm definitely not going to be doing any pushing. So for me, it'll just be mainly just fun speed farming sort of type thing, and just kind of want to go from there. I need to test something though, so we need to get rid of. Actually, I can't really get rid of the mercenary, can I? Well, I can if I go to the den, but I really don't feel like going all the way to the den. But you know what? Just to make sure though. I also need to fix my wardrobe too. It's like pretty awful. It's like real bad. Alright. So we'll go to the den, dismiss the mercenaries. I guess we're gonna have to play from StarCraft 2. How you been? How you been? Also, we got some. I think like newer faces. Neon Bites. It doesn't say first time chatter, so you've been here for a bit apparently. Also, Clue 84. Okay. Dismiss mercenary. I wonder what the early season patch is gonna be like. What's gonna happen? Like the actual early season, like sort of big-ish patch. Bro, ain't nobody gonna buy that. Why you want to sell this? 1.8% lucky hit chance and the 255 roll. Like seriously, what you? I'll bite. I type 35 gold and see what happens. Yeah, 5 minutes just to, yeah. So like I figure so like because like normally it'll give me like a first time chatter or whatever and whatnot, but it didn't do that. So I'm like, oh, he must have been like he must be a lurker who's been around for a bit. I do that. It's funny. Like I do that. I lurk. I'm like one of the most experienced lurkers when it comes to other stream chats. And a lot of times, honestly, it's because I really don't want to like garnish attention. Like if I'm in somebody else's chat, oftentimes I just don't want to like, you know, take attention away from like their stream, if that makes sense. So like if they're doing something, I don't want to be like, oh look, it's Yox. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's cool, kind of thing, but like I don't want to derail whatever that's going on. Unless it's Matthias, then I like making his life hell for fun. With love though. All right, so we're gonna get rid of that. Multiple training dummies. Cool. All right, so let's see. Okay, I'm gonna need to get rid of the wolves. So we'll dummy still owe you money. You know it, man. You know it. This is you know, I'm like waterboarding but with my feet right now. Okay, so wait, why did it do that? Huh. All right, let's get rid of the catalyst part of this here. Can I get multiple boss dummies? All right, is it me or I'm having a hard time making them unstoppable? I don't think there's any sort of like setting or anything like that. Usually I've been able to do in the past, unless I'm weird, unless it's weird like that. When I play Rogue season so bad, but the RNG on Joshua build is not in your favor. I will say that once you do get most of the things you need, you can pretty much play any Rogue build at that point because you're basically using the same thing on like the majority of Rogue builds. But I get it. Oh, babe, what's going on? How am I doing? I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better. There is that. How do I make this thing unstoppable? Usually that's not the thing you want to hear. But I feel like I'm not getting that little icon or whatever. To make them unstoppable or whatever. How do I do that? Again, weird question, but I feel like I've done it before. Unless I'm just being weird. You can make something. Well, I should be able to do it with cow traps and chill, and then that should be enough. I don't really want to use poison trap because that kind of messes up the test a little bit. I wish it was this hard to make them unstoppable in like an actual pit scenario. Why am I struggling here? This is my question. Try normal training dummies, I guess. Multiple. I mean, that doesn't tell me much. Let's try boss, since bosses are technically unstoppable, right? So, technically. Well, they don't really have the tag per se, but they are unstoppable, even though that they don't have the tag. Okay, so I can't have multiple boss dummies. Okay, cool. Okay, let's... Let's throw a pin shot in here. Okay, so I think I'm right. It doesn't work. I knew something was up. I knew it. I freaking knew it. Okay. Do you guys see it? What up, J Rockets? Let me know when you guys see it, or if you guys see it. So I'm testing pain gorgers right now. Right? Let me know when you guys see it. Now let me go to a normal training dummy with multiple. Let me make sure that the theory is still correct. I don't know if I can, hold on. Let's remove that real quick. Let's try this again. Okay. I'm trying to test out. So it feels like the pain gorger's mark. tends to be pretty ineffective when the target is unstoppable, as if when it's marked and the target's unstoppable, it doesn't deal the damage. I noticed that when I was doing pit stuff, like when I was playing any sort of basic attack, anything, like the moment I make them unstoppable, and I know rogue, obviously when you're attacking anything unstoppable as a rogue, your damage goes down the toilet because we're all conditional damage, right? But it's like significantly worse on basic attacks builds, which is really interesting. And I was trying to figure out why, and I think a lot of it has to do with the pain gorgers. So I'm like, or maybe if they're marked while they're unstoppable, then maybe that damage is not echoing. Because the target might be unstoppable. When that's unstoppable, does get you out of CC components. Technically, yeah, but they're still marked. Like they're still showed like as if they're marked. You see what I'm saying? So I'm wondering if it's like if it counteracts that. Now I don't want to spend like all my time like messing with this, but I think I have a much better viewpoint of how that works. It's just I'm not doing any pushing right now. It doesn't really matter, but it does in terms of the top end of the build. So you think unstoppable denies a market? Yeah, that's the theory. It's hard to tell because it's like I couldn't make them unstoppable. I couldn't make the elites unstoppable, right? But bosses are technically unstoppable, but they don't get the tag. So I can't I can't say what I see in the bosses what I'm gonna see in the elites, because the boss doesn't have the tag; it's just naturally unstoppable. Whereas when elites become unstoppable, they actually get the tag unstoppable, which is why exploders work on elites but does not work on bosses. So that's what I have to be careful with before I say, oh, this is how this is working, because apparently I can't make the training dummies unstoppable. So I can't like blanket say, oh, this is how this is working right now. Does that make sense? But yeah, the basic stuff feels great up until that point. So I'll figure it out though. I actually even saw Woody playing some basic stuff today. It was actually cool. I think he was really enjoying Heartseeker. We're gonna play some Invigorating Strike for our farming today. And let's see. Anybody watching from the tube, if you're watching from YouTube, please type something real quick to see if my chat is actually working. Because it might not be. We'll see. Hold on. On my end it is, but I don't know on the other end. Okay, so we'll do that. We won't need this. Oh, actually, no, we do need this. We won't need this for speed farming. We'll go flurry. Testing the tube. It is working. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for that. So we'll put that there. I probably need to beef this up. So we'll take 2 from each one. Actually, I don't need 2 from each one. We just need 1. I guess we'll get some max life. Boom. I guess we'll do some escalations, and then we'll do some Belial for the other mats or whatever. Wouldn't it be like an elemental effect on you, and then you use something that gives you unstoppable, then the elemental effect goes away? Is the only thing I can think of. That's what I'm kind of wondering, something like that too. But it really hurts basic builds. Like if that's the case, it really hurts basic builds in the pit. Like in terms of that, like the top end. Because you obviously make them unstoppable all the time at the top end, right? So like if all your if your damage goes to shit worse than it normally would, then that's like really bad. Oh wait, I forgot my mercenaries. I forgot to pick up my mercenaries again. On to play faster on my practice pad, is there anything you can give me random unknown stick holding? Now when you say play faster, can you give me like a can you be just a little more specific? Because like I guess on the stick, most of the time you can just hold down any of the buttons and like it will just pretty much cast on its own. Like you don't have to do anything, or like keep pushing buttons or keep pressing buttons or like that. You just kind of hold it down and it does its thing. I'm gonna just choose Subo for now so I can level them up. Let's do this one. Okay, so wait, why can't I get out of there? What stick holding you should do? So I guess the thumbsticks, I mean, you don't really have to, I guess wherever direction that you're traveling, it won't make you move any faster. But then again, I guess I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're trying to do. By the way, this is Invigorating Strike, in case anyone want to know what I'm playing right now. Shank Rogue. Also need to put my whatchamacallit back in the right place. I don't like how this is really the only catalyst that pretty much sees any use. Outside the other one for Azarath builds. For the lucky hit. Wait. I was wondering, wait a minute, my right click is not working. It is working, I just picked the wrong thing. There we go. I'm like, why am I not moving quick? Melee rogue, yeah. Yep, literally walk up and stab rogue. Yeah, usually it's like a 1 or 2 stab ordeal, and like I'm off to the next pack. It's kind of satisfying. Also, Peach, I see you. You said Azarath is like 3 or 4 pit tiers ahead of regular Flurry. That's something I think I was talking about with Matthias and Ava in terms of what to do with like Barrage and Rapid Fire. Because it's like, I think right now the archetypes are not even like the skill itself, but rather like the proc you're choosing to use, right? Like you got Pain Gorgers for basic attacks, Azarath for like pen shot, and I guess Azarath, well, basically for every core skill. Azarath for every core skill. And then you got your Bursting Venoms for the top bill, right? Which is TV. Someone wants to play. Should I use Azarath with your DT? Nah. That's the only one you don't do that with. I guess my thing is just like I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with Barrage and Rapid Fire on Maxtro, because like already the base is like already really weak, right? Azarath would make them, I'm not saying necessarily competitive, but I do think that a Poison Rapid Fire actually might work out kind of decent, because it has high base damage, like at its base, but I don't know if you can really proc enough Bursting Venoms to make that work, but I might explore it. I bought so many Bilal masks the other day for 4 stacks of 99. I bought for 2.8 billion. Roll faster? Oh no, you're not gonna be able to roll faster per se. Stuff has coded, like skills and stuff have frames. So there's only but so many frames. There's only but so many actions you can do and or take between the frames. So like you won't, like you can't really, you're not gonna really be able to animation cancel per se most moves that have a certain number of frames attached to it, which is also can be tied to attack speed. So like holding on to like the stick or moving the stick faster or anything like that isn't gonna remove frames from a skill or a roll or a dodge or a dash or anything. Let's see. You put on playing Random Arrows anytime soon? I've actually played quite a bit of Random Arrows the first week. I did several different variations of it. I did it with Victimize, which is probably my favorite. I tried it with Precision with some interesting results. There is a Poison Random Arrows. Or a dot Random Arrows. I probably personally would not build that because it's only useful in like high tier pits. Like it wouldn't be useful for any content literally outside of pushing pits, because things need to kind of stick around for a long time for that to actually work properly. Like you need a lot of time to really build enough poison to make that work. But I might do a planner on it because like the guy who did a T100 with it did not make a planner, or did not show a planner. I put it that way. He didn't show anything of what he did. So what I might do is just like make one for anyone that's like curious about what he did. But I actually think normal random rails can also hit 100. Most likely precision variant. Victimize can probably do like a 98, but the precision variant can definitely do 100. Only way to skip this by using the macro because your input is faster than you can do a hand. I guess it just depends on what you're trying to skip, per se. Because like, if we could skip animations, or skip animations on every skill, then there'll be no reason to have attack speed. You'll just do macros and not roll attack speed on your gear at all, and just it's just attack or move or do whatever a lot like consistently faster. I know in some cases there are, you know, some animation canceling things that probably shouldn't have existed that kind of made it through somehow. But usually they try to patch those out. I hate like this dungeon layout. I also have like a 0.2 second delay from start to cast, and I actually have a cast. Yeah, exactly. You remember the time. You remember the time. There's like nothing in that room. So obey, that delay still has, so that delay is still there. You just don't jump back anymore, but that delay for cow traps is still there. That's why it takes a while to actually throw the cow trap. So what they did was they got rid of the animation but not the delay, which makes it kind of sluggish to cast. I guess they did it on purpose because they want to, you know, kind of give you some sort of drawback for using it. Like they don't want to be instant, which I'm assuming that's why they kept it that way. But hoodie fits, I will probably when I do some bossing tonight, which is probably the latter part of the stream, I'll probably jump to random rails because random rails is actually good for bossing. So I'll probably do random rails for that. I have some good gear pieces I really want to master work properly, but I just don't have any mats. And I still got other builds to play. Speaking of which, anyone got like a Word of Hakan with GA cooldown and GA double damage? By chance, I gotta test something, and it has to be GA on both of them. I only have GA on one, but it has to be both of them for the test. It's actually for Ava. Ava wanted me to do something, and I'm like, all right. You do actually? How much you want for it? Or do you care?
Serasif graded my stream with 8 views.
Yo, dog son.
Serasif?
We just got raided,
Is that,
son.
is that how it's pronounced? Did I do
You
it
know
right?
how we do.
What up, sir?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Cheesy. Out. What up, sir? How's necroing up there? I heard Minions is actually doing all right. Macro is doing some testing from what I heard. You can have it get too close to the goal cap. Okay, cool. What's your battle tag? And also, Sirach, do not insult my bot, all right? It pronounces things always correctly. And I actually have proof. Okay, I have a guy in my chat named Pizza Pile, right? He's been like long time viewer, right? And I've been calling him Pika Pile for like the longest, for years. And then like, I just kind of ignored my bot because I'm like, yeah, my bot's like mispronouncing it, right? And so I thought about it. I'm like, my bot keeps saying Pizza Pile, like why? And I'm like, and so I asked him. I legit asked Picha. I'm like, hey, is it pronounced Picha or Pika? And he's like, your bot's right. I'm like, all right. So for years you let me keep saying it wrong. While my bot says it right. And he's just like, yep. I was just like, so ever since then, the bot's right. Always right. I don't question the bot anymore. Bot's right. It's obvious I can't trust anybody in chat to correct me. So whatever the bot says is what it is going forward. But hope you had a good stream, man. Hope you had a good one. This is like fun. Like it's like a pretty noticeable like dopamine hit when I play this setup. The idea of just literally actually, you know what I need to do? Let's kind of have to make it a little bit more fun. Oh wait, Picha got one. Oh, Jox X, never mind. Picha has an amulet for me. But I appreciate it though. There we go. So now you guys can like literally see like with the proper distance of me cleanly stabbing these monsters. I do run pretty low on energy, lower than I would like, a little too often. I might need to roll another whatchamacallit on my weapon. Because like my damage drops too low. What am I working on? I don't know yet, actually. I'm just trying to get some mats right now first, and then we're gonna kind of figure out where to go from there. Yeah, J-Mac. I haven't seen J-Mac in a bit, man. Hey, what's up, man? How have you been, sir? Do I have crossplay on? I do, but I'm also in the in a whatchamacallit, an escalation. That might be why you can't join. I haven't changed my settings since the last time you asked to join, so it must be that I'm in the escalation. I ain't gonna lie, man. The game looks considerably better at standard distance than it does as far. You can totally tell the game was not designed to be, or the art itself was not designed to be at like a far view distance. Babadai, you guys did not want clone on most builds. We now have Azarath on most builds. I know. Spark says it's been a long ass day. Wife had her identity. So, whoa. Okay, that's serious. J Mac with this 30 months in a row. What a baller. And make it count, isn't it? Oh, minus 20k. Eek. He's fixing it. Then an hour after that, they call the realtor. We finally saw the house. Okay, well, at least one good thing came out of today, right? But sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. I never had my identity stolen before, but I've had money like stolen from my PayPal at one point. That was an experience. Crowd controlled. Yeah, part of me doesn't really want to do this little catalyst anymore because it kind of like takes away from the look. We'll just pick a different catalyst. This for just speed farming. That's many problems this season after some minutes my game crashes because of no memory. Oh, that's normal. That's normal D4 stuff. Where does the new glove, what boss does a new glove drop from? The new poison trap glove, by chance? Is it Uvivar? Oh, it's Beast. Oh, okay. Convenient. Okay, so it's not Beast. Okay, I can't like stand in that poison. Or that dot. Okay, I was right. So Uber. You have to upgrade to 5060 just to be able to play. It's more honestly, you kind of like, as long as you lower your settings low enough, mainly your texture quality is like the biggest thing. As long as that's low enough, then you'll be fine. But like literally, doesn't matter how good your graphics card is. When I stream, I can't play on Ultra. Even though like I can literally run on Ultra like without a single frame drop. All like on my setup, but I cannot do it while streaming. Otherwise, the game, the stream, everything will crash in like 30 minutes. So yeah, those though. 135. Most of the stuff I'm gonna be doing is probably like for testing anyway, so like that'd be fine. I got 3 GA boot though. You know, in some case scenarios, this actually would not be bad. Like this boot actually would not be bad back in the day. I came from 3060 on lowest. It broke always and on stream. Well, yeah, that's true. Well, also keep in mind, like Nvidia likes to cheap out on the memory side of things on their lower end cards. And like when like a 3060 like 8 gigs or something like that. Like, which is like pathetic nowadays. All right, thanks, Peachy. We'll put this here so I don't forget. Oh, it's 12? Oh. 50, your 5060 has a... Oh, it's 5060 Ti. Okay. I'm like, I know that the 5060 does not have 16. All right, Nvidia, I guess you're doing a little something, I guess. Yeah, they used to be so cheap with memory. And I don't really know why, considering like it doesn't really cost them that much more to just slap on another form. But since they don't really have enough, AMD is not taking enough market share from them. They have no reason to not charge you a fortune for it. Like they make you pay for the additional. It's almost like microtransaction almost, but for like memory. You know what I'm saying? Like they're upselling you the memory part when they literally it's not really costing them much of anything to actually like slap on another 4 gigs or whatever. But when they're at the top and they have like 90-something% of the market share, they can do whatever the hell they want. And that is what it is. It's kind of why I'm like hoping that was it RDNA 4 or is it RDNA 5? No, we're on RDNA 3 right now, right? Is that right? Yeah, so RDNA 4 is the next one. That's supposed to have like sadly, you can't buy more VRAM as just DLC. Maybe it's for the better. I don't know. That's like a new level of pay to win, right? I don't even know how much VRAM it would take. Well, no, I guess it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. But I don't know. I don't know if if there's enough VRAM in the world that's gonna allow for like you to not disconnect or to not have like enough of a memory leak that it kicks you out. Because before I had the 4080, I had the 7900 XT, which had 20 gigs. And that still wasn't enough. So I'm sure it's a combination of factors. Yep. Could not do it on Ultra. Like right now, I'm playing on medium textures, but I have it dialed in enough to where you probably can't really tell. And it's not just like DLSS by stuff doing that, but I did increase the sharpening and stuff like that to kind of make it seem like it looks like when you're moving you can't tell. So I do it just enough to where it looks like, you know, there's more detail than there really is. The important part is that like I do it while like I look at it while I'm moving, not when I'm in town standing still, right? Because like realistically speaking, you're not gonna see what it looks like standing still because you're gonna be playing, you're gonna be moving, so there's no reason to test my graphic settings in town. What is E-Money? But yeah, I have it on medium textures right now, and like my shadow quality is like really low. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm just farming mats so I can do other setups and also test a few other things. I hear some streamers saying that they're not the drop rates of Mystics. What are your thoughts? They didn't. I can legit tell you they did not do that. Unfortunately, I can't tell you why I know that, but I can tell you that they did not do that. I've heard about it. That's all I can say. I heard people complaining. I'll put it that way. But I can legit tell you they did not touch drop rates. Keep in mind, like the drop rate of Mythics is already pretty obscenely low. So it's easy for RNG to make it look like, you know, you're having a really bad streak. Or you're having a really good streak, right? You know, but it's a rarity going both directions, if that makes sense. So after doing it enough times, back to back to back, there will be a time frame where you get a stretch of really bad luck, and that is what they're experiencing. And they can feel bad. They could feel bad, and you could think something happened, but RNG is RNG. But yeah, they have zero reason to like hot fix a nerf. Like, it does nothing for them right now. Delusion, what's going on? Yo, I remember watching the first time playing Diablo 4. You got me into it. Okay, cool. What do you? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm still around. Still around. Have the worst RNG, then only 2 drops out of 300 runs. Yeah, see, like I said, with the drop rate being as low as it is, it's easy to have a really bad streak, right? I mean, there's a time in the pit where I failed 10 70% in a row for like glyph upgrades. Was it 70, 75 or 70%? One of those two. But it was like high. And I failed 10 in a row. And I'm just like, bro, ain't no way. It's rare that happens, but how am I like in Rogue this season? I'm kind of mixed. I have mixed feelings about it. One, I don't like the idea that the base power of our skills are low enough to where one sword can carry the class for all the core skills. I think that's not good. That is that tells you something is wrong. That there's a problem with, you know, Rogue's basic, like, you know, just base power of just the skills that we have. So that feels bad when you're literally relying on the proc because the rest of your class just doesn't do enough damage. Now I don't care about like what it does in terms of in terms of it being like S tier, A tier, or whatever like that. But like when your builds itself, you cannot be played direct damage, most of them, without it being weaker than the counterpart of building around a sword. That's just not good. Basic attacks are almost in that category with Shadow Clone and Pain Gorgers kind of doing like the heavy lifting for those. I will say it's a little better than the core skills in general without the stuff, but it still kind of still has a similar issue going with that. Which is why it's actually kind of neat to see like DT and Rain of Arrows to an extent, and even Poison TB actually kind of make their way into the higher ranks without the sword or whatever. But at the same time, technically speaking, you're still proccing something, right? A lot of times, which is the bursting venoms or whatever like that. So you're still kind of relying on like a proc to kind of ramp up your damage enough to where to where it's relevant. But I do really think that like just the kit itself of Rogue just needs a take another look. I will say that I do like the idea, or I do like the fact that there are a lot of Rogue builds that are relatively close to each other. Like the spread of Rogue builds are not. There's not one build that's like completely dominating every other Rogue build, right? There's a lot of like builds within like 10 tiers of each other, right? We got Poison TB right now at a 107, but you got like 10 Rogue builds between 107 and like 97, or that can do like 97 or whatever, right? And like that's good. 8 to 10 Rogue builds, somewhere around that range. So like the fact that a lot of Rogue builds are like within the 10 GR gap, while it still sounds kind of big, it's still a lot. It's still a lot better than what it has been. So I think the interclass balance of the power is good. It's better, but the reason why it's better is the problem. Again, the sword. Again, Shadow Clone, like those kind of things. Like it's just. So that's kind of my gripes. Some of the stuff that I probably can throw stuff at. I wish combo points were better. I wish inner sight actually mattered at any point ever. I wish precision. Well, I think precision would actually be fine if combo points were fine. Shadow Clone is still too strong. But you can't buff our skills without nerfing Shadow Clone because you I don't know. Other than that though, I mean Rogue's okay. Feels okay. I think some new playstyles and new builds have emerged this season regardless, and I think that's kind of fun to play with. That was like a really long answer, I'm sorry. Paragon 220, I don't know how to look. I mean, boss runs. No, you can't. You can't. You have to, like, you're basically counting your mats. So like when you're doing like these little like Belial mats here, whatever like that, you count down how many of the, so if you had 99, right, and then you use all of them, or let's say you use 100, mats, then that means you did 50 Belial runs. So like that's how people count. They're not counting one by one. Each time. At least I hope not. I'm fine with clone being strong. Well, that's the problem though. I think the hard thing about it is that like how do you design clone to be strong, right? Without it being part of every build. Because like the moment that it's like slightly weaker than like let's say another option, then you will never use clone again. But if clone is slightly stronger than any other option you can have on the bar, then you can always use clone. It's like, so like there's like a line that because keep in mind, because there's no drawback for using clone. That's the problem. I'm gonna say that's the problem. But like, think about it. Like when you cast clone, there's no cast animation, so you're not losing damage for casting clone. Clone is just there doing whatever it does. Like there's no real drawback to like using the clone that would make another option better, even if clone was like slightly stronger. So if like again, if clone is 5% stronger than any other option you could put in that slot, you're still gonna always slot clone. Basically. Because it's easy and it's free. See what I'm saying? Like, but the moment that clone is like 5% worse than like, I don't know, slotting like, I don't know, Rain of Arrows is like a you know, support ultimate or like that, then you won't use clone. You won't use clone at all. And that's the tough balance. I don't know what they're gonna be able to do to keep clone relevant, but also not make it part of every build. I think Woody Joe probably said it best. I don't know if it was in one of his videos or what, but like he feels like they should just get rid of clone in general because you can't really balance it. it just needs to be a different skill. And I don't know about getting rid of it. I think clone is kind of cool. I wouldn't want to see it go, but I don't know. I need to just salvage a lot of these sigils.
You can take what's left.
So yeah, I don't know. Like that's the one thing I will say. I have no idea how they can truly balance that by any means. I don't see it. And at that point, I can't even say it's the dev's fault. At that point, like I mean, it's real hard. Clone should be coming from an aspect or unique. I mean, technically speaking, there is a glove that does do that, though. Technically. But yeah, I guess one way they can look at it though is like, honestly, just have I don't know, kind of take almost like the MMO approach ish kind of thing and just have an ultimate button where you get to choose which ultimate you want. And then you can kind of rebalance Shadow Clone with that, with like that in mind. Same thing for all classes, really. Just give us a 7th slot. But wouldn't be fair that DT Renavero is strong. Well, see, Renavero has his other issues too, man. Like, let's be honest. Why do you have to work so much harder to play Renaveros to be weaker than DT? Weaker than DT, less efficient, slower to deal his damage, right? And you must play at a distance because of the distance, you know, an amulet. So like, why is Renaveros considerably more complicated for a lesser result? I actually don't even mind that it's even complicated. I just wish that we could see precision stacks. Let's be real. But yeah, why does DT get all the quality of life and like Renaveros you have to, you know, solve dark matter. You know, define, you know, figure out where dark matter like truly originated from to play Rain of Arrows. Where like DT is just like chewing gum and you're done. It's just like you don't even think about it. If there are any issues where in the middle where you're playing your game freezes and tabs into the window screen for a few seconds and then back to the game. So not that specific issue, no. But I definitely have freezes in my game often. But most of that is usually kind of chalked up to server side issues versus like anything that I'm doing like on my setup PC or whatever. I said they should hire mathematicians for proper balancing. You think they should add expertise to skills? Chance to hit to crit affected by it? I don't know. I don't know if adding more RNG on top of the fact that they're already having a hard time, balancing what's already there was going to actually help the scenario. Would it be neat to have more things to play with? For sure. But I think it's just going to only cause more balancing issues for them. I think it's like resetting a quest is what's happening. I truly don't know like exactly the inner workings of it, but it's like there's like two different ways to do it, and one is like a super exploit, and this one is just more so just like resetting the quest. I'm not allowed to actually like do any actual exploiting, so, and even if I was, like, I wouldn't do it if I knew that's what I was doing. And E2 has historically Rogue's strongest ultimate. Yeah, also very true. Yeah, this is not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I said, like if it was, I wouldn't be doing this. But there's a confirmation right there. But yeah, gonna be honest with you, like I know I used to like, back in the day I was like, oh man, I wish we, the ultimates were, were actually worth something. But then when I Peacher, when I go back and I look at some of my older videos that I've done on different builds where like the ultimates were like kind of like supplementing the skills, like back in season 5 and season 6, where like Rain of Arrows and like Death Trap were like supplementing like the builds in the sense, and even Shadow Clone was like supplementing stuff where you can get perma unstoppable or whatever, but the damage was like pitiful. Kind of missed that a little bit. Like I missed, what was it, season 5 when I played Flurry and I used Rain of Arrows to proc the trick attacks. Not trick attacks, tricks of the trade board in season 5, and also the knockdown. It was actually kind of cool looking. Like it was actually kind of cool. I ain't gonna lie. And part of me misses that. Definitely can't do that now. But I was just saying, like, that was fun then. Well, technically speaking, you can do it now, but Shadow Clone is way too strong on that take. So you can't do stuff like that anymore. Shadow Clone still process fixer trade board though, right? Actually, no, it doesn't. It reads like it should right now, but it actually does not do so. I don't know if it's a bug. I reported it, but we'll see if that's intended or not. You can actually thank Peacher. Peacher was the one that actually did the testing on it. Yeah, see, I kind of miss the utility ultimate stuff, man. Like, I'm not saying ultimate shouldn't deal damage, but like, I really like the idea of like, do I want to pull? Okay, I'll slot DT, right? I need a knockdown, right? And like, a way to be able to get like a marksman skill, something like that. Okay, I'll run, Renoveros. Or it's like, oh, do I need like a perma unstoppable to be able to use Tibalt's Will or something? Cool, I'll slot Shadow Clone. Like, I know that's not how people really envision ultimates to really to be used though, but like, man, that was actually kind of fun. Like, not even gonna lie, I kind of miss it. Tardo, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. Me and Claude Levin is not acting like a ghost skill to give increased damage to your secret. Nope. That is why I don't use that board. I was skeptical at first anyways. And so when the season launched, I purposely made sure I didn't use that board until I knew for sure that it actually worked. And I think Peacher was the one I think had it in his build. I think he tested it and realized it didn't work. And I was like, okay, well, I'm glad I didn't invest in that board at the start. But yeah, it does not work. Otherwise, I'd be using it because I mean it's more efficient than stacking exploit weakness, to be honest. And given the way that things work right now, I'm probably gonna end up just going back to Deadly Ambush board anyway. You're gonna have 2 traps anyway. Actually, I don't know. Not for basic builds, because like crit damage doesn't scale with Pain Gorgers. So maybe not. Maybe I'll just keep exploit weakness. How many Forgotten Souls is that per run? It's like 8 or something. I know you get a lot of OBDs, but like, I don't know, that was like 15 that run, it looks like. I'm at 95, right? 795 now, so we'll see. Oh, 16 souls per run. Okay, cool. I mean, that works too. You know what does suck though? I think if Blizzard makes a list of known bugs, that'll be larger than the patch notes. Pretty much. There's enough buggy code to literally make an entirely new game. Like legit, literally. I mean, I'm just saying. You can call it whatever you want. There's just enough of that spaghetti code to literally create a whole new product. Which is why I'm like, literally, honestly, I'd be totally okay with like if they just did like, I don't know, like a season of the bug fix or whatever. I mean, and they just focus on bug fixes. They would never do that, but I'm just saying. But like, imagine, I'd be totally fine with that. Like how different the game would feel by itself. Some of it is really like baked into the core, though, like into the the foundation that they probably can't do anything about unless they just like literally start from scratch with a new engine or something. But or a different engine or whatever. Like some of it is just like you can't like peel it apart. But yeah. What was I gonna say? I was actually gonna say something. Oh yeah. So like Rogue's like inability to be able to like have like a decent pull really is what makes Rogues and I don't say Rogues and Pit, but like just Rogue gameplay itself a little stagnant. Because like the only reliable pulls we have is like Cry Rune, I guess, which has to be around you, right? And then you have DT, right? That's it. Well, I guess you do have the ban of trickery, what was it called? But that's like a taunt, not a pull. It takes forever to get them to like. It's actually a really good taunt. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually a really good taunt. It's just tied to a really shitty ring. Like if it was an aspect, I'd probably use it, especially on Heartseeker. Like for like Pain Gorger builds or like that, I would totally use it if I can like tie it to an aspect or something. Versus like it being literally an entire ring. Because like there's no stats on it that helps me. Helps any build that I would be playing.
I Boiler upgraded my stream with 38
Yo,
views.
dark side. We
Boiler
just
with
got
the
raided,
raid.
son. You know how we
I haven't seen
do.
Boiler Sprint stream in a
Drop my
while.
new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What's going on, sir? Oshiki. Oh no, Oshika. Is that how I say it? Appreciate the follow. How's Drew doing? You know what I find interesting about Druid? Actually, I remember campfire chat, like 3 campfire chats ago, where we were all complaining about how they giving pulverized little poison puddles, and people were just like, bro, that's not what pulverized needs. Like pulverized was already a fine AOE. It just has shit single target mostly. I mean, its AOE was like, you know, pretty nice. It was just kind of weak, and then couldn't kill anything single target. And then they gave it a little poison thing, and people were just like, oh, this is dog, right? And the PTR, it was probably dog as well too. But now it's like Drew's go-to build, right? And I'm like, cool. We're not last. I don't know. I think Rogue has been last the past 3 seasons, right? Roughly. We're next to last right now because Poison TB is actually doing all right, but I think Barb still has a slightly higher ceiling. When you look at like the Barb's highest clear so far. And there's more Barbs actually pushing than Rogues. So the puddles work like half the time, by the way. That could be crushing. Wow. So I wonder, so do you think they're gonna actually fix the bug? If the puddles actually work the way it's supposed to? Dark Side, what's up, man? Poison TB gameplay sucks. I've never really heard anyone ever say that before. They'll fix it with the nerf. Yeah, so I'm very curious. Why do you dislike Poison TB gameplay? I don't agree or disagree per se. I'm not really a fan of like poison or dot builds in general, so I'm neutral party. But usually everyone like loves it. So when I see someone say that they dislike it, it's like, oh, okay, that's new. Dash secretly agrees though. It's not comfortable to play. Too many manipulations used to be done. Personally, I don't like it. It's not Dota. Okay, so too many buttons. Got it. All right. Fair. What does TB stand for? Twisting blades. Oh no, that is definitely a fair criticism, or a fair reason to not like something. You need Shadow Corruption to be better. I typically like, see, I guess my thing with TB, man, like I feel like, I think this is just like a bigger problem with like class identities in general. I just feel like rogue skill identity is just like so out of whack right now. Like, I get that with the way the game is played now is different, and everything's kind of like blast, one button blast, kill, jillions of mobs on the screen at the same time. Like, not approaching PoE levels by any means, but more so kind of how D3, has been presented for years. But like, I guess I just dislike the homogenization, I guess, if that's even the word, of how the skills need to function in today's climate of gameplay. Like, TB right now just reminds me, it just reminds me of like a fancier flurry ish in terms of like visual, like with less AoE, right? Like, that's what it reminds me of. Like, it's not different enough to be like, oh, I want to play that instead because it does this thing different that this other skill does not do, right? When it comes between flurry and TB, for the average player, they're just going to pick whichever one actually deals the most damage because there's just a lot of overlap. Like, there's not enough difference between the two skills other than like the fact that flurry can like, teleport, which is actually really awesome. I love that part about flurry. But outside of that, like, they function quite similarly, and there's no reason for them to. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guarantee you right now, if Flurry was the one, if Poison Flurry right now was the one doing the 107, people would drop TB and do Flurry instead, because it would be like the same gameplay. Except now Flurry is the one that is doing the bigger number instead of TB. Now there are some purists, right? Like, people are just be like, yo, I'm gonna play this skill no matter what. Like, Peach is a Flurry purists. He's gonna play that no matter what. We got some TB purists that might play TB, no matter what, whatever. But like generally speaking, there's not much skill identity. Like you look at Pin Shot, you look at Rapid Fire, you look at Barrage. A lot of them really function very similarly now. Like Rapid Fire used to be like the single target king back towards the start of the game, and now it's like one of the worst single target skills in the Rogue Arsenal. Yet it literally shoots in a straight line at a single target without the ring. And then you add this Counter's Kiss, and all of a sudden you get some AoE, and it's like, okay. And then for a while, actually, Pin Shot was supposed to be the AoE king and terrible with single target, but Rapid Fire, for some time before the last couple of seasons, was actually better at AoEing than Pin Shot was. It just, and then of course, with everything ricocheting, everything has a ricochet. Rapid Fire has a ricochet, Barrage has a ricochet, Dancing Knives has a ricochet effect. Barrage naturally I think we said Barrage already. Now we got Eagle Horn that, with the bounces, technically it ricochets, but it ricochets off walls instead of off targets. Looks pretty cool though, not gonna lie. Like the new Eagle Horn, whatever, what they did with this, a lot better than what it was before. But like the idea is similar, right? It's a ricochet. Heartseeker technically ricochets. It's just, I don't know. So was the guy that came from the raid. I don't know. I'm kind of just ranting right now, but it's like you guys like, you see what I'm saying? Like you get where I'm coming from. Like I feel like there's really there's very few reasons to play a skill just because it does something different that another skill just doesn't do. Most of the time, you can just hold down right click with most of these skills and blast and get similar results. I don't say similar results, but like you get a similar type of gameplay feel because they're all going to do practically the same thing. They're going to cover the same thing. And that's boring to me. And that's why for me, TB, like no matter if it's poison TB, hold on one sec. Anybody want to hop in on these runs? The basically strong room runs. We got 2 spots available. Sato, Picha, Juggernaut. Anybody in chat? Oh, there's Raven. You have 150 kills. You're on hardcore? Cool. All good. Terry Crews on YouTube said very true on that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I put it this way. I really feel like, so we need one more. Juggernaut, you want to jump in? Or Picha, you want to jump in? Dark Side. Yeah. I really feel like the rogue skills had a little bit more identity towards the beginning of the game. Like TB was really good single target as well with the bug, poison mew bug or like that. But you also had like the whole little like dash in between targets and like, you can kind of like play around the returning blaze of the skill, which made it way different than Flurry. Because you have to like bounce between targets to really make do with the returning blade part of it, and now you don't even care about it, right? All you care about is just making sure that you can stand in one spot long enough for the blade dancer to hit enough targets to move from one thing to another, which is legit the same thing as Flurry and the same thing as standing on one spot as pin shot, or standing in one spot as invigorating strike, or standing in one spot as even heart seeker in the higher pits or whatever, or DT. It's all the same. First time playing D4 was Flurry when this came out. I played a lot of pin shot when it first came out. I was one of the very few like ranged rogues. Very few ranged rogues at the time. Everybody was playing TB. So we got one more spot left, y'all. Anybody? Who's Josephine actually? Who said they were down? I'm sorry. Did someone message me and said they're down? No, they didn't. That's a really nice shroud. That's a ridiculous shroud. Oh, that's your. Gotcha, Raven. Okay. There's two builds that I play as rogue. It's either DT or Raining Rails. Raining Rails. Actually, I actually kind of like. I like the idea of Raining Rails being victimized this season. Makes the whole not having to follow the precision thing so much easier, so much more practical, and also one wave hitting like ridiculously hard versus having to rely on two different waves from the Sky Hunter. Also makes for more efficient gameplay in terms of speed farming. Although I do think precision at the highest levels is like 1 or 2 tiers better, but for speed farming and everything else, precision is terrible. Too clunky. Not this season, man. You totally could all right, Raven, we request invite on me in a second after I request invite on. Yeah, if there's any time to play Random Rails, honestly, and you want something like you know actually kind of easy to play this time around, like you can like Random Rails is probably the simplest it's been in a while. I don't think I have you as a favorite, Raven. I add you to favorite. Same thing with I think I have Marine as a favorite already, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it makes it easier to find people on your friends list when you do that. I level too many tunes. I hate pit. I enjoy leveling. That sounds like who's like that? Panda Glassjaw's like that. But yeah, you should give it a try though. Did we get a fourth? No, I don't think there's anyone else. I think most people are kind of like lurking at the moment. Kind of just chilling. It is like late night gaming, so. So Raven, to make this a bit faster, request an invite on me while Marino invites me. So after he invites me, then you request an invite. You having lunch? All good, man. Almost cleared 99 with Azure Flurry. Azure Flurry. Just missed 30 seconds. Oh, Juggernaut, you we just started the timer too. Yeah. Actually, Jugs, you should be on my friends list, right? No? Are we not friends? There's no way we're not friends. I refuse to believe that we're not friends. Also, what's the GT for? Is that like a special game, like a special BNet tag is like BNet tag GT, like, you know, the Grand Tour edition? Oh, okay, it's great to say. Like it's like a super gamer tag pro. I was like, yo, am I missing out on something? I ain't know. I'm just trying to. Like I knew MTX was getting wild, but man, yeah, I'll get you on the next one, Juggernaut. Yeah, if we do another round of 10, Marino, I'll probably do random rails if you really want to beat the record there. Because my random rails has way more coverage than my invigorating strike. Like, I'm fast with invigorating strike, but I'm not hitting that nearly as many targets as I could. As rain, I'll just cover the entire screen. And just mollywop everything. You can reset right now. Okay, cool. Let me get cool. Let me get Juggernaut in here too, so we can have 4. All right, let me check and see if we're actually friends. I'd be very surprised if we're not. All this time, Jug. Okay, requested friends invite. So you just drop party. Yep, drop party after you open your chest, basically. Drop party, leave the portal, or leave through the portal, and then that's it. So yeah, I know we never played together, but I just didn't know we never like friended each other. If that makes sense. Best in slot. That's actually really good. However, I think mine is good. Well, yeah, I guess hold on to it, Soda. I'll pick it up from you later. I probably would want that for sure. All right, give me 1 second to switch. After I look at some gear that I might want to keep. More so like for testing purposes. Yeah, all the rest is trash. Yeah, this here, Band of Trickery. That's what I was saying. Yeah, see, like if the stats were way better, I'd use it. All right, let's switch to random arrows. We'll do which one? I think it's this one. One of these days, they're gonna allow us to be able to actually get the gems in the right place. Okay. Make sure all my stuff is correct. We got crap. Zan is in my stash. Okay, Zan. X. And then we got cervix, jaw, yeah, where's Vex? Oh, tell me it's like another piece of gear. Must be here. Yep, it's on my Skyrunner. Okay, so Vex. Then elemental speed out of below. So I got this. Both arrow storms. So I'm missing Behemoth. Alright, almost done. I wonder if accelerating would actually be worth more actually than Behemoth be. No, because of the +2 to the ultimate. Never mind. Alright. So Juggernaut request invite on me. After I get in. Let's see if I can get that there. Okay, I think I got everything. There we go. Can I show you the one I'm missing? What do you mean? Of which one? I'm sorry. Okay, start 1120. Okay. Oh yeah, I have enough whatchamacallit, so I can do attack speed here. Vertex, what's going on? Wax Beast, what's going on, man? What about told you? What I told you last night about poison? Or wait, I didn't stream last night. But yes, I do know that there's a poison ROA. I do. Precision ROA can hit T100 as well. It's just probably it's more complicated to play for sure. Because you have to, follow the precision stacks, but yeah, it's a real thing. You can only do it in like high tier pits though, because of the ramp up. The ramp up is really slow, but it's really strong on the right pit boss, especially if you can get like C-Hag or whatever. Like it's GG, because random arrows hit so many times on C-Hag. 2 nights ago, gotcha, yeah. So he didn't do a planner. Like I watched the video, he didn't do a planner. So like I know what he did. So I might just make a planner. But I probably won't do anything like, I won't put it on Maxro or anything like that because it's literally probably just as strong as the precision variant. But I might just have it as a planner in case anybody wants to know what he did. But you can't farm with it. You can't do like any like content with it because it's just way too slow of a ramp up. It's only literally if you're gonna pit push. Not even like speed pits. You wouldn't be able to use it with. Do I play a different class? Sometimes. Sometimes. What happened? Sometimes. So like it just depends on if I keep interest throughout the rest of the season. So like if the season interests me long enough, then long enough for me to actually get done playing all the things I want to play on Rogue, then I might make a new class. Like on Druid, like I actually kind of want to do I kind of want to do Earthspike Druid. And a basic build, Sork maybe. Also maybe Ice Shard Sork as well, because I haven't done that yet. I've always wanted to try it. But that's if I'm like still enjoying the game by then. Oh man, what? They're still alive? So, what's going on? Sorry, I'm looking at the other chat too. What's your opinion about Heartsecret Rogue? The season can go endgame. Depends on what your version of endgame is. Can it speed 90 plus? No. Most rogue builds can't like speed 90. Can't like technically speed 90 plus. DT can. Poison TB probably. Yeah. Poison TB can. DT can. Random arrows, if your gear is good and like really good, you kind of can. Azure pin shot. Also, if your gear is like phenomenally good, probably. But like you won't be looking at like any 2-minute or something like that. Why? So I guess let me ask you a question. What do you? So if you can speed 80s, but you can't speed 9, like, what do you want to accomplish with speed 90s that you're not able to accomplish with speed 80s? Is it like glyph leveling faster, like a little bit faster? If so, then yeah, I can see that. If not, then pit tier is just a number at that point. Kill fast torment bosses. Oh well, yeah, you can still do that. You don't need to do pit 90 to fast to kill torment bosses fast. Okay, so like the number 90 is important to you. Got it. Then yeah, you're not going to be able to speed 90s on Heartseeker now. Like you could probably do like, maybe 8-minute, 7-minute Heartseeker, like 7-minute runs, 90s run on Heartseeker, but like that's with like super decked out gear. Like Korean gear basically. So it looks pretty simple, regular things, alchemical mixture, regular poison glyphs. Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult to build, but I guess my thing is just like that. Building that is just literally for one very specific purpose, and that is literally only pit pushing. Not like high pits, tier pits, but literally pit pushing. So you can't even like do like speed 90s with it because you just can't. Like you technically just wouldn't be able to get enough ramp up time for it. So like it's literally if you're gonna be fishing, like leaving rifts, getting the right map, getting the right boss, etc. Like that's the only time you would use that setup, if that makes sense. That's the reason why like I don't see myself building it for myself to play, just because I wouldn't want to be playing it in that scenario. Because I don't even like that scenario to begin with. That's why you level. I think I should just have an option to start fresh. Fair enough. Yeah, I even loot non-G atoms. I don't anymore now. Unless it's like a unique or whatever, since I think you get one Forgotten Soul for a unique, and then I think you get there's multiple Forgotten Souls for a GA unique. Am I doing it infinite OBD farm? It's not really infinite. I don't know if that people call this infinite. It's just efficient, you know, strong room resetting. But I'm not doing the exploit thing, no. Like there's another thing I want to say similar to this, but obviously faster, but that's an exploit. Where the boss spawn? Way up there. Not 2GA. But yes, we are farming for materials. But wax, is that a but I saw your comment though. I saw your comment on the Korean guy, Korean guy, Chinese guy stream. He was like, make build on Maxro, please. Again, like I said, like that. If anything, I can make it a variant, but I highly doubt very few people would probably like, because it's not the strongest build. It's like maybe like third place of, you know, or Renovator was just like what, third? Because you got Poison TV first. No, fourth. Poison TV. Actually, I don't know. I guess it's probably a lot closer to Pinshot, Azarath. Probably neck and neck with that. So like tie for third after Poison TV and then DT itself. So with there being two other strong builds and then Pinshot, Azarath, you can actually farm with it. I have a really hard time believing that people would actually like go for that planner for Rent of Rails because it's so specialized and it's like third place. But what up, Killers? What's going on, man? Picks up, sure to follow. Amulet. I do want to figure out the whole Pangorgers thing though, because that's gonna bug me. If it really is acting the way it is, that's like a whole like another tier, three tiers worth of damage like gone. Maybe slightly higher than that. I kick you to a different instance. But don't worry, Soul. The moment we can get basic builds or like that into the 90s range for speed farming, I will let you know. Well, Cosmo now, I'm not going to particularly have that set up at all times as long as I keep the flow in order and don't activate them. That's actually a good question. I don't play with that. that catalyst, I am not sure. But if that's how the wording works, I don't see why not. Then again, like I said, I don't know. Remind my master workings. 101k, nice. You should have followed. Because I would then run to boss will and have that permanently. I would think at least. What build are you playing? A chess? Yeah, after I do the thing I think Ava wants me to do, then I think tomorrow I'm gonna do, if I get enough materials, I'm gonna start working on some like off meta stuff. Basically rapid fire and barrage, and I'm wondering if I should really pair them with the appropriate procer, like maybe like you know, barrage for Azarath, and then like, or Azarath for barrage, and then like maybe burst and Venice for rapid fire. I don't know, we'll see. You're the icy alchemist build this not with the Azarath. Okay. What happened? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you could try it. It should be pretty easy to see. Uh, you could try it. How do you see the buff? I can't really tell. There's an indication for it. Could be wrong, but I thought there was a Toboss Will buff, if I wasn't mistaken, on the bar. Could be wrong. It might be in the tab, like the buff tab thing or whatever. But if you run to boss will, what are you losing in the meantime? Like, would you still be able to cap armor and resistances and stuff like that? Also, would you be able to still run Dark Shroud because you'll need the Umbrus, right? Probably, no? Or are you going to put Dark Shroud on your bar instead? But if you're going to do Dark Shroud on your bar instead, you might as well do Concealment for that Unstoppable, right? But then if you're running Dance of Knives, then you'll be running Shadow Clone. And you should be able to proc Shadow Clone enough to be perma unstoppable anyways. Or near perma unstoppable if you want to go that route. How do you enjoy Invigoration? Right? I got an update coming to that like tomorrow. I've been meaning to do the past couple of days, but I've been sick with what I believe it was the stomach flu. How do you add a pet? Go to wardrobe. You see where it says wardrobe right here, and then go to pet. Those are pretty sure to follow. Yeah, Invigorating Strike is fun. I like Blade Shift, but I gotta play controller to play it properly. Because you can't do the movement tech on the mouse and keyboard. Or true. The other Amber's aspect on your chest. Suppose I wouldn't need Dark Shroud on your bar, but you're right. Wait, why do you have the Umber's? Oh, you don't have a shroud yet. I'm assuming. Is a regular chest the next best thing though? There are no other cooler chests to run until then. Like, hell, even Scoundrels Leathers, where you can like throw like I don't know, like poison traps around. I don't know. Something where you can get like a little bit of a buff until you get your shroud. Honestly, if it wasn't for shroud, I'd probably run Scoundrels Leathers on most of my rogue builds. Without, just so that I can throw traps and then get like a damage bonus as well. This latency has me like sliding around the screen while I'm casting red arrows. Appreciate the follow. Back pains. Yeah, I feel all of that. I feel that name so much. Basically every adult like 35 plus feels that so much right now. The Duger, are you there? I can't even sleep in bed. I see you in the recliner. Like, oh. Yeah, I'm actually, I'm gonna say I'm kind of getting to that point too. But like, I don't know if it's my mattress or whatever. But like, I usually kind of wake up in more back pain than when I went to sleep. Even though when I lay down, it felt I feel fine. I'm like, oh, okay, then feeling good or whatever. Then I wake up and I'm like, what did I do to deserve this? Who did I hurt, man? Who was it? Whoever it was, I'm sorry. Was it because of that one slip up? I think we probably could have knocked off like about a minute, maybe, roughly. I'm just glad that I'm also getting some Forgotten Souls out of this too. Now it's time to book your items. Alright, well have fun. Hit me up next time. Also thanks Jugs and Raven for playing. Actually I haven't looked at this setup since I put it together like a week ago. I wonder how bad my items are compared to now. I had back pain and changed my mattress, but that wasn't it. And that sucks. I mean, does your mattress do feel better though? Like, is it still like a good mattress? Like, are you still glad you made the purchase even though it didn't help with your back pain? That's gotta feel bad, right? That's gotta feel awful. Especially if you spent like good money on it, thinking that, oh man, yeah, this is it. This is gonna be it, yeah. This is gonna fix all my problems. Thanks for showing me how fucking my nerves. Yeah. Necros have that consistent power, but their movement is another thing altogether. I play Necro because it's slow and cranky like you. All right. Okay. Actually, I haven't even finished masterwork on my air edition. Oh man. Okay. Let me see if I got better versions of this. No, 64, 58. I'm pretty sure I got a better version of Vengeful by now. Yeah, that's better. Pretty sure I got a better Apogee too. I think I have a max one now. Yeah, that works. Everything else is fine. And I guess we'll boss farm a little bit. Actually, let me see what how I'm feeling pit. Also, did I have the right glyph in there? I do not. Where's fluidity? What board is fluidity on? The last board? It is. Let me put versatility there. Even though my fluidity is a little higher, but still. Versatility is a better. Oh wait, what happened to that? Oh, that's what it is. Silly me. Alright, so what was it? What do you want to pay for the whisper? Yeah, it worked. I'm sleeping in the recliner at the moment. Oh, you and Raven both. Boss farm, yeah. Mainly for a web spawn button. Mainly for Forgotten Souls is kind of what I'm doing it for. Actually, real talk, why did it take as long as it did? Oops. Like, I know my gear ain't angry at all, but still. You could open your seasoning boxes. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of for those runs. Got it. Did we get a lot of those Paragon fouls or whatever? I thought that he lived. That was not a good run. But I want to the upgrade. I guess I got the control. If I can pass one, there you go. Jeez. You're sure that guy here. No, I'm doing that right.
It is done.
Ashen, what's going on? Got a bunch of those knowledge things. So 4 chests. Or 4 cash. Let's see what we got. Eventually at some point probably stop picking up like the 1 GA stuff. You know, this isn't terrible. I was guessing that's with the nerf to Shadow Clone. Kind of like it was last season. Because the nerf to Shadow Clone affected all the builds, so it's still kind of where it was relative to all the other builds.
There's something special. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Some more swords.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Blah. Triple GA ground. Aiming on the ground before you don't even want to pick it up. Yo, Blame, what's up, man? Good morning. Yo, so I think there's something. I don't know if you noticed it, Blame. I think I was earlier in the stream. I was messing around with it. I think something might be up with the Pengorger's proc and unstoppable mobs. Because it feels like, our damage usually kind of, goes crazy low when things are unstoppable because, of course, we have a bunch of conditional damage on Rogue, but it's considerably more noticeable on basic builds. As if, like, my theory is that maybe Pengorger's, because it's marked, but when the mobs become unstoppable, maybe it doesn't, do the thing. Oh, whoops. Wrong buttons. Sounds, but yeah. So I was messing around with it a little bit earlier on stream, but I was having a hard time really pinpointing it because I couldn't make the dummies, the target dummies, unstoppable. At least the elite ones. I can do the boss dummies per se, but not the elite dummies. And the boss dummies are they have unstoppable, but not the tag. So it was hard for me to really conclude that because what happens in the boss doesn't necessarily happen on unstoppable elites and vice versa. So I didn't want to conclude that was the issue. But I really feel like something is going on. Also, Rented Rose is extremely good on Bilal. Almost as speedy as Death Trap if I do it right, just because of how many arrows can hit Bilal. But I don't know, it could be me. I could be just overthinking it or crazy or whatever, but yeah, it just feels like our damage falls off a little, a bit harder than any other setup when things become unstoppable or whatever. And it's really annoying, hella annoying, because it's you're just you're cruising through, you're just blasting through everything, and then the moment they become unstoppable, you're not hitting for anything, literally anything. And you're what's going on? Sure, Raven. If you want to jump in, that's fine. Well, I mean, if you want to do the 4-man, that's fine. Don't do the 4-man. Don't ditch them. But if I'm still doing this by the time your 4-man ends, then yeah, you can jump in. But yeah, all I'm saying is blame is that I think that there is some inconsistencies with Pain Gorgeous. I just can't necessarily like completely pinpoint what it is. It would be nice to know exactly so I can like, yeah, so I can like do like a bug report. Because imagine if that was like if that was like if my theory is correct, like if my theory is actually correct, that's like 3 to 4 tiers of damage loss, like in a higher pit tier scenario, and then you can speed farm a bit faster, obviously, because then you have to deal some damage to, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a pretty big that's a pretty big issue. How much salvage is that for whatchamacallit? I don't really like count.
That's the spirit. Give it a go.
I guess it's for veil crystals, so that's fine. I think that would make sense. Yeah, because I mean that's the only outlier. I mean, you could probably swap to a different glove or something, and you can definitely tell. I haven't tried that or anything, but like, at least not today. I'll just pick it all up. I don't care. That's just ridiculous how good Rainy Barrels is on below. It kind of settled the season. Let's get discovered. Oh, whoops! Let the wait for too long. So like we're supposed to be getting like a early season patch, right? Where they kind of make some adjustments like to stuff in the early season before they don't do it anymore. So I'm kind of curious to see what that might be. Oh, you're going on vacation tomorrow? I mean, I guess when you come back, you can see what the patch entails, and then you can be like, yeah, I'll play, and or be like, nah, I'm good. don't think I got anything. Oh, 1 GA anyway, so. Also think because I have I have a literally a GG Azarath. I think I actually might do a pen shot setup. I could probably just try every core skill. I could just do every core skill with it. Because legit, literally, why not? Obviously, pen shot performs the best with it. But I'm legit just gonna mess around with every core skill since it's like literally like there.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. Better than starting from nothing.
I wonder if there's an easy way to do but no, there is no easy way to do it. Now I think about it. Well, I mean, technically I could. I know I'm doing like victimize whenever it was, but could I technically do close quarters combat, I guess? I have to like do I have to damage them with dash, which I guess in this case I would just do like shadow step or something and then jump out. Technically that'd be more damage, but do I really want to play like that? Like a tad bit more damage, not even a lot, just a tad. I also have to probably change one of these swords to a dagger. Shadow Nash is naturally good gear. I kind of want to do it without Eagle Horn though. That probably sounds weird, but I feel like you can just get you can chunk damage with like a 2-hand crossbow. Granted, you won't get the bounces or anything like that by any means, but I think for like most content, especially feed farming, if you can just like 1 or 2 shot stuff in the pit, or just a single arrow, I feel like that should cut down on the time technically, because then you're not having to wait for the bounces to do anything. At least that's my theory. But Eagle Horn just looks way cooler. Like way cooler, so because really it's just for the balance, right? 'Cause I mean, you don't care about the damage. And malice, ranks to malice and the bounce, that's legit it. Because like, what else do you really benefit from? Because you gotta get enough bounces for it to be worth, right? Yeah, but I just can see like a 2-hander with like a super chunky aspect and like lots of decks. You know, just being able to just like rip through like something in a single shot. That's what I want to do. So like when I do pet shot, that's probably what I'm gonna do. It won't look as cool visually per se, but if I'm like if I just one shot legit everything, then it's like I don't know, something different, I guess.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
I don't know how much exploration has been done since when, you know, people saw the Eagle Horn bounce and was like, oh yep, this is it. This is what we're playing. Literally legit, this is what we're playing. Edge must be the worst browser in the world. Probably. I haven't used Edge in like forever. Actually, I lied. There is one or one website or whatever that I do something. I do some work in that for whatever strange reason only really works well on Edge. I can't get it to work well on any other browser. Couldn't get it to work well on like Opera, Firefox, Brave, anything. So it bounces double damage in theory. Yeah, but if you think about it though, like you can double an aspect on a crossbow, and then a crossbow is 20% more damage. Granted, there's less attack speed though, for sure. I guess. Actually, I don't know. Like, does a bow innate attack speed count towards Azarath like damage? I don't think so. But up this way, the way that I see it is a lot of the same way I see Rain of Arrows right now, right? Whereas with Rain of Arrows with Victimize, I can do Sky Hunter, right? For the double projectile, so I can get 2 waves of Sky Hunters instead of 1, or 2 waves of Rain of Arrows instead of 1. But that's really it. Everything else is like kind of meh, right? Or I can do a chunky 2-hander, which is gonna hit harder, and then double Apogic the aspect, so that's 100% more damage, and I actually have Dex, which is useful, and I can do all that damage in 1 wave instead of 2. You see what I'm saying? So like initially I could do the same damage, but slightly more, but only need 1 wave to do it versus 2 waves to get similar damage, meaning that it's more efficient for like speed farming and whatnot. Which is why I dropped the Sky Hunter for Rain of Arrows for non-precision setups. Even precision setup is actually quite impressive to do the crossbow, interestingly enough. That is if you do 1-to-1. If you do like 3-to-1 ratio or something like that, then definitely the Sky Hunter makes more sense. I think. Maybe I need to test that. Also, Eyes in the Dark are impossible to find a good one of. It's funny. Woody Joe dropped like a 4GA1 and showed us rogues in our chat. Ow. Whoops. Was not paying attention. Also, too, another thing to blame is that it'll be worse-ish. It'll be worse, but actually, you know what I haven't tested, or I'm not quite sure of, because I haven't like put any thought into it. So the poison trap, the one that procs from the one that procs from the glove, right? Does that proc underneath your feet, or does that proc where it hits, or where you procced it from? That is a very important distinction there for something I want to do. Procs under you like you're casting it. Yeah, that, I guess would it proc underneath? So I guess if that's the case, would it proc underneath the mob if I ran Scoundrel's Leathers? I'm legit trying to think of something like outside the box. But like if I can get the proc underneath the no, I'm saying if I can get the proc underneath their feet, then you can technically make a poison rain of poison rapid fire actually work with decent results, because like rapid fire's base damage is actually not bad. Like it's actually quite good as a P-trap player. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess any a TB rogue at this point now, because I mean they use that glove. How's the damage looking like with that random arrows? It's not bad actually. It's just really good on Belial because Belial's fat. Like really fat. So one wave hits like a jillion times, which is why you see his like health bar just melt. Oh really? It's the wrong GA on the Fist of Fate. 300%, huh? Yeah. Like it's I mean, rain hits hard. I could probably do a little bit better than that actually. Like if I'm in close quarters combat, I could probably squeeze out just a little bit, a little more. But I have to play like a very kind of janky-ish type play style to make it work properly. And most of the time I don't mind, but sometimes I don't mind a relaxed style of play. But yeah, if I prep the rain and stuff like that, yeah, Belial just melts. Yeah, I mean, it hits with billions. You know, you get like 20 bill, 30 bill hits or whatever. If my gear was a little bit better, I see a little bit higher numbers, but I love how victimized got me working. Ain't nobody using it. I guess honestly, it's just the proc damage is so weak, man. Like, I love the fact that it allows you to use Deadeye without having to do any like gymnastics or whatever, right? Which I think is probably the biggest draw. You can legit play range super easily with Victimize in a sense, but like reality is that like if you don't mind the extra work, close quarters combat makes more sense. Which in reality, to be honest with you, we could have played close quarters combat that same exact way last season, but we didn't do it that. No, actually, no, wait, no, we couldn't because we needed so much close damage additives that we couldn't really jump back out and make use of Deadeye. But because now close damage is capped and we don't have to run turf, right? Then we can legit like, jump back out and play range without losing any damage. I think that's kind of the reason why. Close quarters combat is seeing more play. Is it Bakari? What's going on? But yeah, this would be more damage if I did close quarters combat. Ugh. With the embedded trickery, I wonder if it can be possible to add to the setup if I hit DT cooldown reduction on amulet and boost with GA and 3 times. So like, if you're running DT, you don't need the banner trickery. I actually like the ring. I just don't like the stash in the ring. Like if it was an aspect or something, if that like taunt, that big taunt was an aspect, yeah, I would consider running it on some setups. But because it's competing with like, a ring aspect and some other stuff, you just can't justify taking it. Matt Case, what's going on? How's Pinch Shot looking? Good. Azarath Pinch Shot is good. And it's visually appealing in terms of the bounces and stuff. But no one's really talking about it much anymore because once people found out that DT was like slightly better than Pinch Shot, then people switched over to DT again. And now that Poison TB is now several tiers better than DT, now you better switching to Poison TB. So now like Pinch Shot is not really being talked about much anymore. Yeah, but it's so much trap damage. It's additive damage though. That trap damage is additive, which is not really worth much of anything. The better your build is, the less that additive damage is really worth. I guarantee you that additive damage is nowhere near worth an aspect that you lose, and also like GA decks, which you also lose. Unfortunately. Yeah. Sounds good. I'll say Lock into Fury. And pitch shot. I mean, it's still good. I mean, you can still do like T100 with it. Like literally T100. It's probably one of the best farming builds as well too. So like if you play it, like you're gonna decimate everything in T4. Like it's nothing. And then you can speed farm it there like super easy. So it's like it's still a really good build. I don't know. I maybe I'm the weirdo, but I don't understand the obsession of the rank. If one build is like one tier stronger than the other, and all of a sudden no one wants to play that build, the other build, and it's like. But if you stand two builds like that next, side by side, you wouldn't even know which one is stronger, unless you just did the math on it. But the fact that someone says, "Oh, that one's like slightly stronger than another," is like all of a sudden no one wants to play it. Again, I understand if it's a competitive game and like you're playing for money or sponsorships or something like that, then you don't want to gimp yourself. But in a casual dad game where the objective is to kill things and have fun doing it, I don't know. Poison TB player is going to find out how measure it is when they do speed farming. I mean, you really don't really want to speed farm with Poison TB though. Anything Poison really, unless it's just that much better. Like in order for like Poison build to feel good, speed farming, it needs to be like 20 tiers above the other builds, because you have to build that damage. You have to build that Poison, right? So like the low end ticks needs to be strong enough to outdo direct damage builds or proc builds for speed farming. And right now that just isn't the case. But you're right. People are going to be, yeah. That's why Poison TB worked so well, like in season 1. Season 0, season 1, because it was so far ahead of everything else that like just hitting the mob once, you had a ginormous like stack of poison at the start of it, right? Which was so bad to play outside anything high pit. Yeah, pretty much. Which is why again, pin shot is practically still king. I said king, but like pin shot and DT are like the builds you want to play for speed farming, or even the basic builds, man. The basic builds feel amazing in T4 solo. Even Woody Joe was like actually kind of impressed and was like, "Yo, I dig this, man." He was playing it today, Heartseeker today. But I won't go as far. Oh wow, I got kicked out. I won't go as far as to say what Rudy said now. I'm talking about like, because he said he wishes more builds were like Heartseeker actually this season. He's like, I wish like in terms of like power, whereas like you still have to kind of work for it a little bit, and it's like good. You're like demolishing most things, but you still run into some things where you have to like think about it a little bit or try like a tad bit. The DT is one of the highest speed farm builds. I mean, generally speaking, yeah. I mean, just the way it's designed, it's hard for it not to be. Whatever else is actually not bad either. It's just that you have to wait for the wave. So like that means you have to kind of go back and backtrack to get the materials in the ground, which makes it not great, not good for like nightmare dungeon farming and all like that. Not for pit, where you can literally don't have to wait at all. You can just cast your rain and rails and go. It's like really good for it. Same thing for in front of hordes, right? But and of course also bossing. If they make bursting venom aspect infinite imbue again, it probably TB would probably compete with the source for pit push. I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm not playing hardcore, but this is the game kicked me out, and now I can't get back in because it's saying my character isn't saved. It's like a bug. BW is a nice start to get mixed for better speed. Farmers, I think. All right, let's just exit the game and go back in. So yesterday, one of the TB pushers reached 1 trillion dot. I only know of one, maybe two, right now that actually has a good enough setup for TB pushing with that, and that's like Matthias or Mippy. Probably Matthias right now. Mippy's working on it. But I assume to reach 1 trillion dot, that's probably like training dummy, where nothing moves and nothing comes unstoppable or whatever. I think like the highest tick damage I've seen so far, like in an actual run, has been like somewhere like 300 something, 300ish billion, somewhere in that range. Did you not customize your characters this season? No, I've been lazy. My character's literally like generic gearing, the free to play gear, basically. You can tell I spent no MTX type gearing. No, I mean I still have my like test mark that I always use from like season 3, I think it was. I still got that. I just been too lazy to do anything about it. Tutorial. I'm always confused where Bilal is. I'm like, he's like around here somewhere. There he is. Like whenever the Helltide spawns, like I can't find Bilal. The air prediction on Rogue is crazy. You mean like the transmog? You don't like that? What is it? Goofy looking. Bro, it protects all of my face. Look at that. That is. I know. I never have to like looked at it, but yes, that is. You look some sort of side character in the Marvel movie. I mean, I practically play nothing but side builds anyway this season, so I guess that makes sense. Everything I'm playing right now is technically off meta, so I think it's fitting. got the pre-prep. Oh well. Kind of quit the season already, but now to make a rogue. Got a lot of good rogue gear from your Spiritborn. I'm curious about a couple of like things mechanically, but I'm kind of like in a similar vein for the most part, unless they make some changes, which should be probably next week if I'm not mistaken. We'll probably see like a patch next week. And then they'll have some buffs or nerfs to some things. And then from there, it'll be like, oh, this is cool. Or, doesn't affect me. And then that'll be pretty much your season at that point. Oh, whoops, I probably should have salvaged. Yeah, but at least a mythic dropped, I guess. Also got the basic like the basic horse too as well. The season 0 horse. Your guy for right now. Honestly, just some Forgotten Souls, really. I'm not like in the biggest hurry. Maybe a better Fist of Fate too as well. I don't have like a 295 plus GA lucky hit Fist of Fate. I do kind of want one of those eventually. So I'm just targeting Beast and Ice while I'm getting Forgotten Souls. I wonder if they'll do anything about the Forgotten Souls thing. Like, would they be like a, would they just make more of them drop from things we already do, or maybe like tag them onto like an activity that we don't do often enough or something? That'd be nice. Give us a reason to do other things, and make them a little bit more like rewarding from like pure ass Undercity or something, or even Hell Ties. Like make them drop like significantly more from Hell Ties or something. I don't know. Forgotten Souls kind of, yeah, it's generally speaking, I don't really like when I masterwork, when I'm testing things, like I don't go for like triple crit anything for like a while. So generally it takes me a bit for me to actually run a round of Forgotten Souls. But with the amount of things I've tried so far, the amount of like different type of setups I've tried so far, I've definitely been running low, even though I haven't been like triple critting anything. So yeah, I don't know why I'm struggling to kill the bosses solo. This is the first Diablo, but I did just find a season 4. This is my first season playing again. Yeah, well, so that's like how many seasons? Like 4 or 5 seasons in between the last season you played. So if you're doing a custom build, then you might be struggling just because the game is a bit different than what it was 4 seasons, 5 seasons ago. So what build are you playing, Timus? If you don't mind me asking. They changed amulet drop race creatures to go 4 days without a single good one. They really forgot themselves this season. I mean, yeah, something like that. I'm at 1500 right now, which is, I guess, for the type for how much I masterwork is actually kind of decent. But if I wanted to like masterwork a really good item where I want to like at least double or triple crit, then like this is gonna like go by quick. Especially between Spiritborn, Sork, and Necro. Yeah. It may be the build you're playing. But generally speaking, if you have all the right pieces and you're pretty fleshed out, then like the bosses would be easier. But keep in mind, the bosses are also harder than they were in Season 4, Season 5, like considerably harder relative. Keyword is relative. They actually have invulnerable phases now. They have a bit more HP. They do a little more damage. They can actually kill you now. So like the bosses in general were harder than before. I appreciate the follow. And yet, as you're saying that, you must have purple said. So I thought about that literally after I said what I said. I was like, I wonder if he's gonna say, but you're killing him like so fast. I was just thinking of that too, honestly. You just having fun though. I mean, there is fun to be had. I think honestly, like if you play Diablo 4 and you skip like two or three seasons or whatever, and then you come back, like you feel like there's quite a bit more to that season just because the quality of life, like they keep adding quality of life, stuff like that. So that stuff adds up. And if you haven't played in a bit, like you witness it all at one time, and it feels like a lot of good things are happening. But like if you're just playing season by season by season, you know, you kind of just feel like, oh man, they're really not doing enough. If this is still this and that's still that or whatnot. I love my glyphs. Yes, mid 80s, almost 90. So I'm not maxed out. Don't you wish you had PoE 2 bosses? I love D4 and it's fair, but I wish boss was better, like epic fights. So here's the thing, Freds. The thing is, I do like PoE 2 bosses a lot, but I only liked them the first time through. When I actually had to fight the mechanics, right? There are some good mechanics in like D4 bosses, like there are, but you end up trivializing the bosses faster in D4 than you do PoE 2. But in PoE 2, once you trivialize the bosses, then they're no longer they're no longer epic anymore because you're killing them in 2 or 3 seconds. So you kind of have the same ordeal in PoE 2. It just takes longer to trivialize the bosses. And when you trivialize them, then you're not fighting them. You're not fighting the mechanics, so they're no longer epic anymore. They're just a stat. They're just the HP pool, right? But I do enjoy PoE 2 boss mechanics more than I enjoy the D4 boss mechanics. But I think people underrate the D4 boss mechanics because you end up invalidating the bosses a lot a bit quicker in D4 than you do PoE 2. That's the thing. So like, if we didn't trivialize the bosses so quickly, it would be more enjoyable. Yes, like to actually have to fight. Like there's nothing fun about me trivializing Belial right now. But like if I had to fight, like Belial actually is a good fight. Believe it, like Belial is actually a fun mechanical fight when you actually have to fight him. Like if you have to fight him for like a good minute, like he's actually fun to fight and like challenging to fight. But when you watch me do what I'm doing right now, right? Like when you watch this, literally, he doesn't even get his first attack off. And it's like, oh, well, you know, oh no, the bosses are boring now, right? D4 bosses are boring. They don't do anything. They're not epic. Well, is it Belial's fault or is it the game's fault? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it the way the game is played fault? It's not Belial's fault. Belial got some sick moves, man. He just can't get any of them off. That's all. But yeah. But you do get to that point. You do get to that point with PoE 2. It just takes longer to do. And then you can juice up the bosses a little more, so you have a longer progression before you start invalidating the bosses per se. But it happens too. What game would you say you like more, PoE 2 or Diablo? So for me, and I'm gonna say personally for me, because I got into playing action RPGs for the combat, for the gameplay combat. I've never really been someone who cares about the itemization as much, which is weird because an action RPG is legit about the items. But for me, pushing a button and it feeling great as a response to what I see on the screen and just the way stuff happens on the screen, like that to me is like the most important part of an action RPG for me. Just specifically for me, right? Which is why I can deal with the, you know, lesser itemization issues that Diablo has been plagued with since Diablo 3's time frame. Because Diablo 3's gameplay and combat was so good, but the itemization was so bad, right? But the combat was so good, which is why I played it for so long. Now PoE was the opposite for me, where like I like the systems, I like how complex it is, but I could not get with the combat. The combat felt very mobile-ish. And again, it's not really, I don't really blame GGG for that. It's just that when they obviously created the game, like the coding for the game from the ground up, they were an indie company, a very small company, which could not polish the gameplay like that as such a small studio. So I understood why the combat didn't feel that great in PoE 1, because it just doesn't. But everything else is great. Like I really like the items, I really like the crafting, I really like a lot of things about PoE, but the gameplay just never sat with me. And so that's the reason why I could never really play PoE without like feeling kind of bored with the game. Now PoE 2's combat is considerably better than PoE, right? But D4's combat is still has a bit more polish to it. But I definitely will play some PoE 2 when it actually like releases. I put about 300 hours of PoE 2 so far in this early access. But unlike a lot of players that are complaining about Jonathan's vision of slow, meaningful combat, I actually like that. I think people are, you know, getting upset with him being stubborn about wanting, you know, meaningful combat and not one-shotting everything and trying to do combos and stuff. But I'm probably, again, one of the very, very rare few people that is kind of happy that he's sticking with his guns. But everyone will be like, "Oh, you don't know PoE, you don't understand PoE," kind of thing. But at the same time, it's like, you know, like if he makes the combat anything like PoE, then what's the point of PoE 2 existing? Like you have to take a risk, and it needs to be it needs to differentiate itself, and the combat is where it is that he's trying to differentiate it from. So you can either like the fact that he's doing that, or you can dislike it. But I do think that, you know, I give him props for sticking with it. I'm not saying he's doing everything right. I'm just saying, like, you know, he's not caving into one button, one shot, you know, super speedy gameplay that was PoE. Nothing wrong with that, but you don't need both games to be the same exact way. I'm actually kind of sad that D4 kind of dove into that right now, because, like, I really want D4 to feel different than D3. I like D4's gameplay, and I would say, like, yeah, again, I like the way it feels to kill things in D4, but I would like for it to differentiate itself from D3. It doesn't need to be a D3.5 in terms of, like, the pacing. Like, why? We would have D3. I much preferred D4's pacing towards the beginning of the game. Only problem is that the end game was just very bare, very, very bare bones, but the pacing was fine, in my opinion. But with that being said, though, I like PoE 2. I like D4. I like Last Epoch as well. I'll never be like a fanboy of one over the other. I might prefer something about it, one of the games over another, but I would never like be like a loyalist in the sense of like, you know, hating on others for liking a different game or another game or whatnot. But since I do more work for Diablo 4, especially when it comes to macro like that, obviously I'm gonna have more of a focus on D4. But I'm not like married to it. Biggest issue with PoE 2 is that we felt so a lot of monsters in the game were still playing PoE 1. That is the main complaint I've heard. And yeah, that is also true. If they could find a better way to threaten you without the mobs having that big of an advantage early on, then I think it'll be fine. But I loved my first playthrough. My first playthrough of PoE 2 was like my favorite by far. When things were like fresh and like, you know, everything took a while, and I played solo self-found, so like I didn't even gear up quickly. It you know, it took me a bit to, you know, get my in-game setup happening and stuff like that, and I thoroughly enjoyed the progression. I might have felt different if I had traded, but when I was playing solo self-found, that felt good. I actually wish D4 had a freaking solo self-found, and do it the way that Last Epoch does it, because Last Epoch does that real well. Particle is going on. What do I think about penetration shot this season? Azarath pen shot's good. Very good. It's probably the most fun people have probably had on pen shot in a very long time. Very long time. Gosh darn it. I don't know if I'm gonna even keep this Shaco. I can't think of anything I would do with it. Like legit nothing. This is what I say to people who ask questions. As soon as they begin playing the game, you only get one playthrough. Enjoy it to your fullest by playing like you want. Yeah, same. Yeah, like I said, I really, really enjoyed my first like 150 hours of PoE 2. Past that point though, you know, you start noticing some things and whatnot, just like with any action RPG, as the honeymoon phase is kind of wears off. But I do find it, I will always find it interesting that like in December, everyone was in like high praise of PoE 2, and most of the praises were, you know, definitely justified. But it took Ben, which is widely considered the best PoE player of all time, literally shitting all over PoE 2 before people actually had anything negative to say. Because then when Ben made that video literally saying, I don't even know why PoE 2 even exists, it's like so bad. It's like the worst thing ever. I mean, he completely trashed it. And all of a sudden, all the other content creators would not like go against it. They was like, you know, I understand what he's saying. I see where he's coming from. You know, I may not necessarily agree with everything he's saying, but I see where he's coming from. And yeah, I can, you know, I feel that too. No, you didn't. You didn't feel that shit at all. Whatever. You were saying complete opposite until Ben trashed the game. Now all of a sudden you want to jump on a bandwagon, and then all of a sudden the gates to now the people who were not big names could be like, oh, I can finally say what I want to say now. Like, you know, like I wasn't really feeling the game before Ben said what he was saying, but now I can say it now because Ben said it, right? So now it's cool to now talk crap about the game because he did it. But before then, you had to say positive things about it. That to me was quite hilarious. In my, you know, as a content creator looking at it from like that lens, that is quite hilarious to watch. Because I remember when is it Hawk TV got trashed because he was one of the few that actually didn't like PoE 2 towards the beginning of it before Ben trashed it, and they were just like, oh, just get out of the community. You don't know anything about PoE, whatever like that. You know, your opinion doesn't matter. But legit, Ben said a lot of the similar things that he already said. Right? But it is what it is. Ava, what's going on, man? I didn't even know Woody actually had that emote. That's cool. You're back from your sleepover? I build my test now. I'm literally just farming mass right now. Trying to play catch up. I've been like sick the past couple of days. I'm pretty sure it was food poisoning. So I literally just had to do a lot of nothing. There's only one lens, the correct lens, which is which I have. What up, MJ? Always thought about the situation was funny, but I was scared to say it. None of the docs I said it was funny. I can agree with confidence. No, you know, it's just I don't know. It just kind of is what it is, but. It's the whole bandwagoning effect, and you know, some people just have that kind of pull, right? And it's just like, nah, man. I think that's kind of why, like, granted, I'm like small streamer, right? Small content creator, but I like it when people call me out on my shit. Like, don't be agreeing with me just to be agreeing with me. Like my moms would tell me all the time, like, bro, I was like, I don't know what the hell you're thinking, bro. Like, what? Like, no, like that entire take, absolutely trash, dog. So like, yeah, nah, I like that. Tell me how it is. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy that. Just like I just legit just, yeah, man. I need to know when it's trash, right? I'm going to have trash takes. It's going to happen. Tell me it's trash. All good. You've been playing the Azra TB and it's been balling. Nice. Oh yeah, you're definitely one of the TB enjoyers. TB's well, Well, for pit pushing, has definitely is definitely the way to go now. Speed farming is another story, but for the pit pushing portion of it, it's looking like it's putting out a comfortable lead right now. Another Ava's here. Ava GPT. I got a question for you. I think that take is trash because takes do not have to be trash just because people disagree with it. It can be a take for you. Stop making logical sense, Ava. This is the internet. That is not how we do things. Logic does not get the clicks, sir. It does not get the views. Insert rage moment here. But I got a question for you though. So two things. The poison trap spawn from the gloves, does it spawn underneath you or does it spawn where your cursor is or where it hits the mob? I haven't played with the gloves yet, so I have some oddly weird ideas for some really off the wall stuff, and I'm just kind of curious of some things before I like make the attempt to try it. Been a bit rough from farming OBD. Actually, the OBDs have actually been pretty easy compared to like the Forgotten Souls. It's Forgotten Souls that's been elusive. C6 said it best. He's like, the souls have definitely been forgotten. Yeah. Facts. Spotlight burst and Venom's got you, but it's on a target you damage. Oh, okay. Well, that actually makes something I want to do possible. Oh, did you see my message anyways in the rogue chat? It's about rogue builds. Trying to figure out like, it's kind of hard to like justify doing like the base of the build, like the base of the core builds, I guess you could say, with Azarath and with the proc stuff being so potent right now. Because honestly, I think Poison Rapid Fire actually would actually not be too bad. Because Rapid Fire's base damage is actually not that terrible. And it hasn't, like, there's been theory crafts of it in the past, but it never really amounted to anything because we always did combo points. And then of course Barrage can technically take advantage of Azarath just because it doesn't need to be anything serious. But so you mean like a variant? So just add the variant or whatever, I guess you could say. Just tack on the Azarath variant to it then. To all of them basically. I mean, like, they're not gonna get any like views or clicks anyways. Let's be realistic. But I also do want to make sure that it's, we're aware, or at least we look like we're aware that hey, Rogue is Azarath, Bursting Venoms, Pain Gorgers this season, right? Speaking of Pain Gorgers, there's something wrong with Pain Gorgers too as well. There's something is not happening. I can't quite reproduce the results because I can't make elites unstoppable in the training room for whatever strange reason, but I'm thinking Pain Gorgers is not reacting properly when mobs are unstoppable. Because like your damage really falls off the cliff basically, obviously, as a rogue when mobs are unstoppable, but like on basic builds, it's a whole new level of like fall off when they're unstoppable. Like you're cruising through and all of a sudden you deal like almost 0 damage. Am I using Will Breaker? For which build? I haven't done any physical builds yet. Will Breaker is a physical thing, right? Why is Balazan rate build so trash, and why is it on S tier? Can you give me more detail? Why do you feel it's trash? Is it not doing the thing that that we are saying it should do? If not, let us know. No damage, no survivability. Okay, so the no survivability part is pretty common from what I hear. The no damage though, I've seen otherwise. But I agree with the survivability part that's rough. I really don't like the Balazan setups anyways. To be honest. Not my cup of tea. What is the hype around Azure now? Azure actually has been pretty, I mean, they didn't really do anything to it. It's just that Rogue has been nerfed enough to where now the proc of the Azurath is now like stronger than playing a regular Rogue build. Direct damage. That's what it is. Ironically. You do a guy within the guide. I see. Gems, everything. I see how no health bars go down. Are you positive that you're not doing anything wrong? Because honestly, this is the first time I'm hearing about that. What is your biggest pit this season with Rogue? I'm not someone who pushes pit. I don't like that activity. Like if I want to watch paint dry, I literally can go watch paint dry. Honestly, I think paint dry is probably a little bit more interesting. Because like at least with like paint, there's like different lines, and then you can kind of like make bets on which line is gonna actually dry first on the wall. So like you just don't know. It's actually kind of it can be interesting, right? But pit is very predictable. It's extremely predictable. And I just can't. But the highest clear I chose to do was I think 94 on victimized random arrows. Certainly not the highest I can go, but the highest I chose to key in. The pit pushing is only challenge in D4 now. I would say challenge with I would take challenge with a grain of salt. Pit pushing is not challenging. Like there's no strategy. There's no challenge literally standing on top of a mob, top of elites after you gather them until they die. You don't move. You don't really do anything besides press the traditional rotation that you normally would if you're speed farming. It's either you have the gear for it or you don't. It's either you find the right map or you don't. It's not a skill test. It's the best way. The best way to that I would describe it is that it scales, right? It's the only scaling content, which is very true. Absolutely true. It's the only content that you can test your gear. Like the level of your gear. That is true. Challenge though, I mean, I don't know how people determine, challenge, but I do not find high tier pit pushing challenging. Time consuming. I'd use the word time consuming. I'd use the word stressful. I'd use the word monotonous. I'd use the words painful, boring, extremely inefficient.
Ravnica rated my stream with 50 views.
Yo, dark side. We just got raided, son.
Ravnica, what's going
You
on?
know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new
How's it going?
viewers. Sheezy out.
What up, Rev? Wax on YouTube said, I have an idea for Scoundrel's Kiss. They should put the grenades tag on it. Could be great, right? Scoundrel's Kiss is bugged. The bug needs to be fixed before anything happens with that ring, to be honest. It is in a bad spot. Appreciate you, Rev. How's it been? How's it been going? How have you been? Have you been playing D4 by any chance, or you been kind of like blasting on D3? I've seen you kind of blast on D3 a little bit too in the recent-ish. Oh, and also, are you like a permanent like VTuber now, by chance? I mean, I love your avatar. Don't get me wrong. Just like, I mean, I've just known you for so long. You know, I've known you when you were, you had your, personal like room set up or whatever like that. And now I see like the VTuber avatar, which is actually really, really cool. Totally not hating. I just didn't know if that was temporary, or you just like, you know what? I prefer this. Who was it? Sorry. Mingoes who said this season feelings was bad, Hydra Sork, or you're out of all. So, I mean, I think that's kind of the way it is for a lot of like bills right now. I just, the thing is that like, I don't even want to say that way. Like Hydra Sork, yeah, for pit pushing, right? But like, if you want to do anything else, like literally anything else, the content, I mean, there are other sort builds that do fine. But like, if the one thing that you're interested in is the pit push, then yeah, it's gonna be Hydra Sork, and that's unfortunate, right? That's like your primary option. But I think there's gonna always be a best option on a class, and everybody's going to navigate to that best option. But at the same time, while people will navigate to that best option, people aren't going to do what it takes to actually pit push. So oftentimes people are going to feel a certain way when they actually build it and realize that, oh man, this thing sucks outside of anything but pit pushing. And then they're going to feel a certain kind of way about it. But they want to play the strongest thing, and the strongest thing is going to always be what pushes the highest pit, right? That's the general conception, right? But you ask anybody who actually does pit pushing, or anyone who knows about it, and a lot of times they'll tell you that, like, what's best for pit pushing is not best for everything else. Actually, that's a common, Makuna take. He says that himself all the time. Right? He's like, the best pit pushing builds are awful generally at mostly everything else. And if you don't pit push, which is 99% of the player base, like truly pit push, then really following the absolute top build is usually not the way to go. But the community doesn't truly understand that, and I understand why they don't understand that, but that's a Blizzard problem mostly, that they just won't address and or fix. But it is what it is. Because if I was somebody who only played like 2 days a week or something, and I had like 7 jobs and like 50 kids and like 14 wives and 4 more that's pregnant or whatever, right? So I don't have time to play. I'd probably look at the leaderboard and be like, yo, I want to play what has the highest pick lead, right? So I would do the same thing. I would look on the thing and I would look at the build and be like, okay, that must be the best build. I'm going to play that build. So I'm going to build for it. So naturally, I would do the same thing if I just didn't know or I didn't understand. 14 wives. Am I gonna push maximum heart seeker gear? I guess if I can achieve the masterworks necessary, I might make an attempt. I think I can probably get by. Like if I Korean gear and like, you know, 50 to 100 plus tries, I'm sure I can get like a 97 down on Heartseeker. But that's probably where it ends up. That 97 will actually be hard, especially I think with the Pangorgers not procking consistently, and like now that I know that it's not doing that, now I'm a little more irked about it. You're copying everything. There. Sir, with 18 wives and four who's pregnant, I don't think you should be playing that off. What do you mean? What do you mean? Obviously, I make a huge killing off of Twitch, right? Me and my 172 views. I'm like almost a billionaire as a content creator. So I just like hire like 14 nannies. Sorry, 18 wives. So I need how many nannies? 18 wives. How many kids did I say I had? Oh, who cares? 20 nannies, right? And I'll just hire 4 more for the ones who for those who are pregnant. See, there you go. Obviously, with the billions of dollars that I'm rolling in right now from streaming to you guys, right? Obviously, of course. You got 4 GA gloves. You got the Pit 101. But what build? 2 for each kid. Yeah, exactly. See, there you go. That's right. Because I'm nice like that. I let the kid choose which nanny they want on that particular day. So the moment that the kid just reaches their hands out to one particular nanny, the other one's fired for that day. See? Maximum efficiency. That's how you got to do it. Make sure the kid's happy. My heart's got 70 views on YouTube. Hopefully 1 or 2 of those swap to it. But yeah, I mean, but you didn't even try. Like you just threw on like almost like a random map and died twice and upload the video. Like you didn't even do it proper. Like like I'm pretty sure your clear is like the only clear in the top 20 that wasn't a proper clear. Yours is just like, you know what? I'm gonna just put it up there just because. So your clear is probably the more realistic of them all. That's up there. Uploaded for added realism. Doc's out here creating a gear for our family to get that gear. I guess we could swap it up. I've been monotonously taking Bilal's lunch money for like the past hour and some change. Actually, no. I guess when my inventory is full, we'll swap. He's got 3 GA ring, all the sort bills used. I'm gonna see if I can sell it. Cool. I will say, yeah, Random Barrels actually chunks Belial because of how many times it hits. One wave hits, basically. Pulling packs together and this and that. I don't have the nerves for that. I just don't like the whole idea of like also them being able to like being, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. I can't think of the word for it. I guess when they reset themselves, I guess because you pulled them too far. Like, I don't even know why that's even a thing. Leash, there we go. Yeah. I don't know why that's even a thing. Why is that a thing? Granted, that was the case like when they were designing the game, the very beginning, like before the game even came out. And it's still a thing. Like, if they're gonna keep Pit the way it is, they should get rid of the leech. Like the moment you pull too far and they leash and they just go back, you lost. Like you literally have to start over. Like that's another RNG element where you're just like, well, damn, all right, well, it just is what it is.
Better than starting from nothing.
And there's like no indicator or anything that tells you, oh, okay, you know, within like 30 meters they're about to be leech or something, so you can at least try to play around it. Nope, it just happens. You start fighting them, they're like, you know, they're smacking you in the face and you're smacking them in the face, and then all of a sudden they just get tired of you. Just like, you know what? I'm out. I don't feel like fighting anymore. I'm out. They just dip, and you're just like, what the hell, man? And then pit reset. Seems fine though, right? Seems fine. It's totally fine. I kind of want to reuse a dagger for something, just for a test. I think I have enough double damage here, right? Yeah, so I could probably just literally throw literally a random dagger. Any random dagger, actually. That didn't even have to have any. I guess this one. Yeah, we'll just throw that one in. And we're going to do some close quarters combat shenanigans.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary.
So,
Fashion this into
just put that there. Was that arrow storms? Yeah. That's right. Arrow storm, vengeful. So all we got to do is here to here, then on the dance board, take this. Actually, I don't even need this actually, but whatever, we're gonna. Yeah, so yeah, and all the glyphs stays the same. I should be capped. Yep. Passive swap complete. Actually, let's see. We're gonna do. I don't really need to reduce the cooldown. Actually, I don't need to do much of anything really. We're gonna do it. All right, let me see how I feel about this. Was it? You said Heartseeker, your build got me to 1-on-1 pit? When? When was this? is an interesting play style. Very involving. Appreciate the follow. Oh wait, I can't. Okay, there we go. I was like, wait a minute, I can't cast on whatchamacallit. Am I close? Was I close enough to proc it? I don't even know. Oh, whoops. Wrong button. Lots of player error this run. I'm not used to trying to use Shadow Step to navigate for random arrows. That was intriguing. It's probably the best way I can say that. We'll do it again. But Mihail on YouTube, yeah, like for real, like how'd you get the how'd you get the 101? If you got a video or anything, I would love to see it. There's a secret sauce from YouTube. Yeah, I'm playing this run a little bit better than I did the last one. I found it. It's just 10 muscle. I have no idea where I'm going. And I'm messing up my it's just kind of a lot to think about because you gotta like making sure you have that close quarters combat buff up while making sure that you're in range to proc it, but then outside the range to actually get the rest of your distant buffs. It's engaging, but it's tricky. Oh, they're way over there. I have no pot, so no. I got one. There we go. It popped up in the last second. Yes, one stagger. Nice. One stagger blood bishop. Yeah, I guess I just don't want everything like just rolling up into close quarters combat this season. It's kind of like victimize becomes the safe, okay, cool, don't have to do any like all this extra stuff to get damage, but then like close quarters combat is like a little bit better if you don't mind the extra the extra work, which I guess kind of makes sense when you think about it from a gameplay standpoint. But man, like once I get the feel of this more, I would do better. I guess I could save over the victimize one from my personal self, I guess. Yeah, yeah, Ava, yeah. But then there's also the whole like, so like when you think about that, you lose one hit, but you kind of have a similar thing with like, well, not similar thing with close quarters combat, but you do have an extra input because you have to make sure you proc one half of the buff for close quarters combat, but at least it lasts for longer. It's not every hit that you have to worry about the first hit thing not dealing damage. So there is that. All right, there's like one more thing I wanted to do, and that was, oh yeah, tomorrow's gonna be an interesting day for me.
Better than starting from nothing.
Run Dark Shroud on bar. Oh, Crypt Mirror. Well, wouldn't how would that help though? At least for this, because isn't like Renderville's already marksman, and so is Barrage. Oh, for Shadow Step. Okay, got it. I thought it's talking about like my Shadow Step, like when I Shadow Step in or something. I was like, oh wait a minute, huh? I was so confused for a second. Wait, what? That works? That what? Is this some super secret tech I'm missing? It's like, oh man, I'm so far behind. Nah. All right. This is one thing I want to do now, and that is now that I have the amulet for it, I'm gonna try we're gonna go back to precision for a second, but we're gonna do we're gonna do shard, Pentant Grease, Crown of Lucian. I might need a regular ring or a regular glove for it though. Good Grasp of Shadows is pretty, I don't know. I guess the Grasp of Shadows would pretty much be as good as a regular glove, but I'm also missing, that means I'll be missing Behemoth, right? So I also have a Apagic. And actually, you know what? No. Sky Hunter makes more sense still for that. All right, so I would just have 3 slots then. Two Arrow Storms and a Apagic basically. We'll be giving up Behemoth, which is fine. That is fine. So boop, boop, and then boop. And then we need a better amulet that I can temper. Temper master word the double damage so I can actually have perma double damage. So I guess we'll just get. Okay, good. That's 47. At 34 here. Probably should look at the planner before committing. Not what I wanted. So if that's 47, 51, so 56. Roughly 55, 56. 34. That's close. Do I have to have another? Actually has actually I do have 1 crit on there, but it's still 34, so it's like a low roll to begin with. Really not trying to invest into this, so I'm just trying to use what I got. I might have to double crit to make it work. Wholly unique item bound, but yeah. How much I need? 60%? I mean 65. Double crit 61. I mean, that'd be close enough. Like, I mean, if I'm like 93, 94% double damage, that's fine. I mean, literally, it's just for a test. I doubt this is going to be like the way to go but I want to at least do it, if that makes sense. Like, so I at least want to get. I might just do just one crit on it, so I'm not wasting too many whatchamacallit. If I get double crit, that'd be fine, but ascend it. All right, so that'd be like that'd be 55%. Yep, right at 50%, 5%. All right, so you're looking at 89% chance, basically. Nah, I mean, I'll leave it at it. That's close enough, I guess. I just keep that in mind as I'm playing. Be like,
Fashion this into something exquisite.
yes, really.
Stars guide you.
Oh, this, right. And then we throw in Vex. I guess, yeah. Well, yeah, Vex. And a Surat. Your blonde friends. Your blonde friend? Matthias, you mean? Did push last night, Pit 109. Oh, so he kept going. I thought he said he was gonna stop. So he's beat the barbarians, yeah. Barbs aren't done though. They're not done. I don't have to masterwork this at all. Like literally at all. I don't wanna. Yeah, that's really about it. Hold on. I need to change this to the Aerostorm, I think.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
So you're saying this version is less clunky but requires the most unique items? This one is, so this should technically give the hardest hitting Rain of Arrows like per cast, because then you're casting Rain of Arrows at maximum precision stacks each time. So it's basically like a combo point thing. Literally a combo point thing. And because the stats on the regular sword or dagger doesn't really matter, and I can just get the aspect back on the boots from the Pendant Degrees without running Beast of Fall boots, is actually kind of an pretty equal trade-off. With the benefit of being able to chunk enemies HP. Miho with the thank you, sir. I hit the like button there. Thank you, Travis. Nah, man, thank you. Miho with the donation on YouTube.
Cliptus raided my stream with
Cliptus with the
170.
raid.
Downside. We just got raided, son.
I must be on late for Cliptus to be
You
raiding
know
me
how
right now.
we do. Drop my new
What
beat
up,
for these
Cliptus?
new viewers.
Got Sheezy out. What is up, sir? Mr. Cliptus. How's it been? Welcome aboard, y'all. We are I actually haven't played in a couple of days. I've been kind of sick. Pretty sure I'm pretty sure it was food poisoning, which sucks. From like my favorite restaurant too. But now we're back. And I spent a lot today actually just farming up mats, or try to farm up mats for some more non-meta builds, I guess you could say. We are experimenting with some different ways to play Rain of Arrows. I've done 3 different ways. Now we're on the 4th. For some, you know, for some LOLs. So that's what we're doing. Appreciate the raid though. You still have the raid moves. Let's see. Aerostorm, Vengeful. Let me get my Sky Hunter up in there. This mediocre Masterwork Sky Hunter should be fine. Zancax. Okay, maybe not Zan now here. About to be Ahu Cax actually. Actually, I can't do Ahu. I literally want to be able to cast. Yeah, Ahu. Might have to go Neo. Oh no, wait, wrong place, wrong place. It's supposed to be Cervex here. And we'll do Neo. Or I guess no. Zan actually might make more sense actually. I have less uptime on it, but I won't completely destroy my ability to like gain energy though. Okay, this is gonna be tricky. Watch every morning, right? You keep it the good word. Thanks, dude. Another witty name tag. That's a great name. Okay, I'm gonna get some sleep. You have a good one, man. When were you using Victimize? What was the damage for Victimize? Victimize was probably the most chill, laid back way of playing Rain of Rails for sure. You're not worried about precision stacks or messing up rotation or anything like that, dealing no damage on the off rotation. It was definitely the most chill way to play it. Close quarters combat was like a little bit more damage, but probably not worth it for most people because, you know, it's like you're looking at like 1 tier difference of power. So definitely something no one's gonna really be able to feel. But if you get to master just like myself, then you'll just naturally probably gravitate to close quarters combat because then you'll do all the jumping in and out and whatever just for a pit tier damage. But certainly not necessary. But what I do need though is we need to replace this maximum light though. Now. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I could spend enough energy with Ring of Starless Skies. I might not be able to. Now that I think about it. Let's go there. Change from here. This. I guess I can't. Let's do that. That.
Welcome to my home away from home.
You know what? Actually, wait. I think. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. I was like, what am I doing? Dash here. So we got this here. Yeah. I'm sure I'm missing something. But we'll figure it out once I'm in the training room and wondering why I'm messing up rotation. What builds use victimize only random arrows? I mean, Heartseeker. Heartseeker. If you want to play a pure range Heartseeker and you don't want to jump in and out, Heartseeker victimize is actually really good. Close. So anything that you can do is victimize for. You can do close quarters combat for. Close quarters combat is gonna be about 1 tier better. But victimize is gonna be a significantly smoother experience. Yeah. So anything range, anything that you want to do like a range style with, victimize makes more sense for sure. However, if you want to squeak out like 20% more damage ish or whatever overall, and you want to jump in, proc the close quarters combat, jump out for the Deadeye buff or whatever like that, and keep doing it that way, then yeah, close quarters combat would be better. But for most players, they're not going to do that, nor do they want to do that. So with that being said, victimize does still have a place. I don't know. No, so I can't do 3. I gotta do like 4 or 1 because of Starless. So I might have to get rid of Starless. Unless, let's see what happens here. Nope. Yep, I gotta get rid of Star. I gotta get rid of Starless and then somehow keep my energy up. That's gonna really hurt the attack speed part of things, though. Jeez. How much damage do I build? I'm literally messing with it now. I do not know. I mean, I'd be hitting for billions, like the lower billions, I'm sure, teens, 20s, or whatever per wave, but that's all I know. But I'm in the training room doing a 4th setup of random arrows, just literally just messing around with something different. All this stuff is non-meta stuff, so chances are, like, I'm not making anything that people will actually play. This is just to see if we can, I guess, have another way of playing random arrows. Play Rolexes, loved it, but now when I hurt, it's gonna get a hard nerf. You said when you hurt, it's gonna get a hard nerf, as in like it hasn't got nerfed, or you say like a nerf is coming? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying a nerf going into this season? I don't think I have a spare ring. I think I might have to actually. They're going to the season. I mean, yeah. I guess my thought is probably a little bit different. I probably think more so along the similar lines as Clip this. Like, the reality is that like there's not a single class that can't smash T4 or the content that's actually important. Every class has a few strong enough builds to be able to glyph to level your glyphs to 100 and make you feel like a god in basically most content. The only thing that differentiates the classes for the most part right now is just the number next to the pit tier, in which is no longer relevant. Anything past 100, literally. Actually, I would almost even dare say past 95 is mostly irrelevant because nothing really happens. It's just a bigger pit number, right? And 99.9% of players don't even push pit. Like, let's be honest. No one actually, most people do not do the try 100 times, fish for the right boss, fish for the right maps, mob type. They're not doing that. 99% of players are not doing that. So if you're not doing that, then it really doesn't matter what class you play. A lot of times it doesn't even matter which build you play, as long as it's not like C tier or D tier build, because then you'll kind of struggle trying to get the T4 and, you know, doing well in T4. But outside of that, literally everything else does just fine. So I don't know. So when I see that, I think to myself, I'm like, you know, as long as you're having fun, unless your friends are gonna disown you or something for not playing the class that has the highest pit clear or pit tier, or your wife is gonna leave you or something, or you're looking to put it on a job resume or something. Otherwise, I can't. I don't see the importance. But you can feel strong on any class, literally any class, on the content that's actually relevant. Do I think rogues should get more buffs? Oh, absolutely. I am not saying they shouldn't. But you're not locked out of any content or, you know, on any class where you cannot have fun. And I guarantee you my fun is not dictated by how high Spiritborn clears. If they clear 170, I guarantee you my fun is still the exact same on rogue. And yes, there is no 170, but let's just say they're so strong they invent a 170 pit. Still doesn't change my mind. I'll say kudos to them. Good job. Actually, that one. The attack speed one would be great. And the S tier for rogue. I don't know. If we did have an S tier, it would be TB rogue, but it's like awful to play outside of pit pushing. I said that's I play rogue when they topped out at 80 and the builds were still fun. Yeah, man. You're sad. Why? Are you like an avid pit pusher by chance? If you are, I could probably understand. But like, you know, like, do you do like the weekend try 200 times, spend 14 hours? So you spend 14 hours on your weekends pushing pit for a single clear with Korean gear. Hundreds of tries for the right boss. You do all that on a regular. Like that's what you just normally do. Be honest with yourself. I'm probably just gonna do an all res here. Rogue is your bets hero. Yeah, well then play rogue. Where does it come from? Because I know it is like, so if I got rated by Cliftus, I know it doesn't come from his stream. Because Cliftus is all about playing what's fun, and he likes to play. He also oftentimes likes to play non-meta stuff. Woody doesn't push it, so it's got to be what, Rob's stream or something. Whereas like your entire like reputation in life is determined by which S tier build you play. In a game with no actual competition on a third-party leaderboard filled with RMT users, that is how your reputation is dictated by. Orlando, appreciate the follow. Rod Draken said, am I winning here? Always. My mom says I'm a winner. And so you can't. So because she says I'm a winner, then I am a winner. Sounds like Rob's group. But appreciate the follow. And I guess for like, let's say for example, for Rob, and like I'm not, this isn't throwing any shade on Rob at all whatsoever. In fact, we know we're friends, but like his content is about that. Like he makes money basically pushing those like the ideas of like what the best builds on each class are. Like that's what his content is. That's what he makes money doing. For everyone else though, who literally makes nothing for pit pushing. In fact, just it just earns amounts like amounts of like frustrations of hating Blizzard for DR mobs and barriers and shitty bosses and shitty maps and stuff like that. Like you get nothing out of it. Like literally zero. Hell, even Rob doesn't even push. He just talks about the best builds. He doesn't even push himself. He doesn't even push himself. Like he's not even crazy enough to get into but he definitely will talk about it. He definitely will make you feel like it's very important to play those top push builds, those for sure though. Oh, this blame. I think Mashro contributes to it as well, to be honest. The in-game push tier list should not be the same. You know what? Blame? You know what, Blame? You're actually, you're right. You're right. You're exactly right. And you know what's funny? We talked about this internally all the time. And I bring up that point every single time. Because sometimes we because we obviously do everything as a team. So like it's not one person going, okay, we're gonna do it like this, right? So like we all kind of like mostly have to kind of agree on a concept or whatever. And so I bring this up every single time. I'm just like, bro, like we're gonna always have issues with how we put certain builds in tier lists because literally we have pit push in the same category as literally the other end game stuff like Nightmare Dungeons and Inferno Hordes and stuff like that. And it's like, it's hard to really put builds where they belong when the activities are so different. But you're right. You're exactly right. And I have to agree with that, Blame and Peacha. And I actually fought against it. And there are some people who actually do agree with me. But I can tell you this, not enough people do. Which is why it hasn't changed. But it is what it is though. I'm not mad or anything at it, but I do have to giggle a little bit because we come back to the same sort of issue somewhat, and we're just like, bro, we know the fix. We know what the fix is. Whether we may like it or not, whether we may agree with it or not, we know what the fix is. Just have a pit push tier list. Literally just a pit push tier list so we can rate the other builds correctly where they actually belong outside of pit. Outside of pit pushing. That's a whole another thing. Beat Dropper, what's up, man? I think there's only Makuna who's somewhat recognized for pushing. True. But pit is the only scaling content to measure builds. You can roll your face on the keyboard and normal T4 content and C plus build and clear. I actually would. So pit is the only scaling content, but to say that is actually difficult or challenging is false. You can pretty much face roll. You can pretty much face plant yourself, your face on the keyboard for most of the pit push, all the way to the boss. It really isn't about skill or challenge or anything like that. You do the exact same thing on every single build on every single class. You see mobs, you try to gather it, put them into one spot, make sure that your gear is good enough so therefore you don't die while standing still. And then you basically get to the boss, hope you have enough time, or hope it's the right boss. Then you hope you have enough time, and then you just rinse and repeat. It is not a challenging thing whatsoever. It literally is, do you have enough gear, or so do you have the correct gear, and do you have enough time to fish for the proper elements? That is it. If anyone is telling you that it's challenging or it's hard or difficult, they are lying to you. They're absolutely straight up lying to you. Does the build be able to measure the power? Well, it is a measure of power of the build, but when you say you can roll your face in the keyboard in normal T4 content or C to a build, that's really not any different than a good build with the right gear and a high level pit. It's the same thing. It's just a bigger number. That's it. Literally a bigger number. It's just longer. So instead of rolling your face and stuff dying in 3 seconds, you roll your face and stuff dies in 45 seconds. Like it's really no difference. The C tier build won't face roll pit like an S tier build. Well, yeah, but all of this is hit points. It's just health. It just takes more seconds. We know that. I think we've already established that pit is the only scaling content. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, actually, I don't even know what the agree regarding the whole pit content interest being uninterested most, especially given the health scaling pass point. But you still want to be able to clear 95 P95 to max your glyphs. Well, Peter kind of said it himself. You don't really need to max out your glyphs. But the thing is too as well is that, like, honestly, we complain about progression of our characters being fast, but the reality is, like, the A tier builds and the B tier builds actually have better glyph progression because it takes you a little longer. So the journey's actually feels like a journey. S tier builds, you kind of skip that. You go straight to getting level 100 glyphs in like a day or so. Right? So now you have less of a reason to play and continue doing whatever you're doing. I would almost argue that, like, you know, and like I say that as someone who doesn't always play S tier build. Like I actually haven't, like, my glyphs right now are not 100. I don't have a single 100 glyph, and I'm actually okay with that. But it gives me something to look forward to. But I guarantee you, if I would have started off with DT, I would have level 100 glyphs in like day 2. Right? You're like skipping the progression part of things. But honestly, yeah, I mean, anything like pit related pass, gosh, it took me forever to get that one damage per dark shroud roll. And now I'm not going to be able to get what I would like to get here. I'm not going to be able to get the innovation here. I know it's not going to happen. Oh, actually, I got it. Wow, okay. I doubted. I totally doubted, but it happened. But honestly, really honest, I mean, like, I guess my thing is just like, pit is just like, but in every action RPG, people will still roll S tier builds anyway because killing stuff faster and easier is always more appealing to the masses. Yeah, but like you can do that literally in any of the content that matters. Anything in pit, like literally anything in any tier pit that gets your glyphs levels in a reasonable amount of time is the only thing that matters. So basically, honestly, anything past T100 technically doesn't really matter. Like you get nothing for doing it. You get 0. In fact, it's the most inefficient way to play the game is to do high tier pits because you're not gaining anything from it. What do you gain for doing a 101 or a 102 or a 105? Like, I'm not saying that like you don't want to like see what your gear can do per se, but with the way that the game is and the fact that pit doesn't really offer you any challenge, it's just basically, you know, do I have Korean gear level or not? That's literally it. You don't get anything else out of it. Right? Period. But like the thing is that like when we rate builds as S tier or let's say B tier or C tier for like, let's say pit, whatever like that, and this tied with endgame with the rest of the activities, people automatically assume that an A tier build or a B tier build cannot do T4, and that's where the problem happens. You see what I'm saying? I think that's kind of where the disconnect happens, because a lot of times people just, and I'm not saying that people have the wrong perception. Like, I get where the perception has come from. It's like, okay, if I don't play S tier build, I'm going to struggle playing the game. That's the thought of the players, right? They'll look at the tier list and say, okay, cool. End game, this build is A tier or something like that. And so, okay, I might be able to play the game, but the moment that they see anything below A tier, they literally think, okay, I won't be able to do T4 if I don't play anything A plus or A tier plus, or I won't have an easy time doing T4 at all. And that's just not true. The only wall you're really going to hit is if you're trying to scale in pits, which in that case, you should have a pit tier list, because that's a different thing than the rest of the content in the game. In my opinion, that's just my opinion, right? So therefore, we're not like, because like I put it this way, I give it this way. I'll give you a good example. I played a lot of Heartseeker this season. With the current metrics, well, I'm gonna say current metrics, I would probably put it like high B tier, low A tier at the most. High B tier, low A tier, if you're including pit per se, right? But it smashes T4. It dominates T4. One shots most things. But like, people would be afraid to gear for it because they would naturally believe, oh, there's like 30 other builds ahead of it. It must not be good. I'm going to struggle in the game. That is the natural perception of it. And that is rough for other builds that actually could be fun for certain players, right? There are a lot of builds that could be fun for certain players, but will not get a shot because the perception is, if it's not S tier, I'm going to have a hard time. I'm going to struggle in the content you're going to play. And to add on to that, when people see S tier, it's in content they will never do. So the S tier builds are literally for specific content they will never, ever, ever do. 99.9% of players do not push pit at all. But that's what these builds excel at doing, is pit pushing, which is why they're in S tier specifically. There's some other reasons too, but primarily it's because of how high they can push and pit. Push and pit. You know, the whole, again, failing 50, 100 times, finding the right boss, finding the right maps, you know, spending 14 hours on a weekend to try to get a single clear. 99.9% of players won't do that. So we're rating builds and placing them in tier lists for content that 99% of players won't do, will never touch. And also bad for the rest of the game. Literally bad for the rest of the game. Because a lot of pit push builds are terrible for in-game content. They're not good for in-game content. You have to make a speed farm version of them because the way that you push them in pit is terrible for anything outside of pit pushing. But you see why that can be so confusing. You see how, you know, when we rate them all in the same category, how that can be confusing for a player. Many times I get this season, I'll play a build and it's like, I'll do something and I think I was playing Invigorating Striker, like my last stream is like, you guys have this in C tier? I'm like, well, technically it's probably in B tier. It's like, this is B tier? I'm like, yeah. But you see me play it in like T4 content, farming Bilal, farming whatever like that, and you wouldn't think that. But based on the pit highest clear, that's where we have it. Based on the clear that no one will ever go and do and never achieve or even attempt to do because, well, for one, people don't, who actually likes pushing pit. Let's be honest. Raise your hand if you love failing 100 times. Love DR mobs. Love leaving the pit because you got the wrong boss. Who loves the idea of that? Right? All in all, I mean, it's like no one's fault though. Like, I'm not blaming anyone or saying anything's bad like that, but like, realistically, it is Blizzard's. It's on Blizzard to give us better content that we can scale that scales that we can test our gear on. That's the problem. Pit is the only thing we have, and pit sucks. But that's what we're stuck with. So that's what we do. And that's where we rate stuff at. And it is what it is. That was a long rant. I'm surprised you guys are still here after that. Tomorrow, max routine for D4. Have a meeting. Oh, we have a meeting tomorrow? Oh, dang. No, we don't. Well, Saturday. We have a meeting Saturday. We'll update it to high B, low A tier tomorrow. Oh, you mean like this the updates of like that? We'll see. I'm pretty sure there'll be a bunch of this in like white wigs saying objection to like the new metrics. My ultra super fun dash build should totally be an S tier. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What? No way. Proof? Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. No, it's fun. I love my team. I totally love my team. It's fun. It's a lot of work, but it's fun. Hopefully we'll get T5 and T6 quickly so engage goes. Yeah, we just need a better metric. That's the thing. We need a better metric. A metric that more people would actually get involved into right now. It's silly when you look at pit pushing right now. Like when you look at pit pushing right now per class, how many people are actually pushing pit per class right now? We got 2 people on Rogue. 3, maybe. Maybe 3 people on Rogue. Maybe a 4th somewhere out there and like never, land or like that pushing 4. How many people actually play towards the beginning of the season? Hundreds of thousands. And we got 4 people on, maybe 4. So far, only 2 that we know of. Like for sure, they're actually actively trying to push on Rogue and Pit. That should tell you something. We're literally basing a big portion of our tier list around 2 people. 2 people pushing. I know why we do it, but when you think about the overall aspect of it, it's actually kind of hilarious when you think about it. Okay, so I figured out the 3-to-1 problem now. Looks like we fixed it. Now, next question is this going to be worth doing? Something tells me no, but we're going to do it anyways for science. Well, okay, running out of. Okay, what do I have here? Is that Zan? Yeah, Zan. Okay. Okay. This is for Ava because Ava wanted me to do it. Only S tier, but it's actually S tier in all content. It's probably Hydra sort. That's not a bad take, actually. Given the nature of the build, yes. That's probably, yeah. Were to have that Helltide potion, that pseudo scalar content, Blizzard removed it. Escalating dungeons don't feel like escalating too. I'm hoping Infernal Hordes is that thing, man. Infernal Hordes, I don't care what nobody say. You can call it a bad take. You can call it an interesting take. You can call my take trash, and I am totally fine with it. But I honestly think Infernal Hordes is like one of the best content in the game. Like one of the best content designs in the game. And it has the most potential as a scaling content for us to test our builds that differentiates itself from Diablo 3. You know, that I think would be considerably more fun as a scaling content than Pitt, by far. Now, part of me hopes that they do something good with Infernal Horse next season.
I'm with you, friend.
Okay, this is not how I want the beginning of this run to go. I'm missing the 20% multiplier though. That's okay. Okay, so the problem comes in is that whenever Cax goes off, I have no energy to cast my rotation, so I'm like, I miss like entire rotations when it goes off. You can't like not use Cax though, it's way too much damage. Eric, what's up, man? I wonder if I can get more innovation ranks. How many innovation ranks do I have? I don't know if that's gonna help. My rotation doesn't happen. Also, I'm gonna do a two-hander too, for comparison. Regular two-hand crossbow. Yeah, I can't keep my rotation up properly without with Cax right now. Too many times I'm like casting my basic and I can't cast my rain. Well, I can't cast my basic, sorry. See right there again. Almost died there. Yeah, I can't justify that. We'll try something else. Wow. 5 fails. You're totally right about the pushing the pip and mastering it is a part of our investing time in this game to create a strong and hard to reach perfect build. I guess the thing is that like you can't really master pit though. Like, well, let me phrase that. You can master anything literally. You can master tiring your shoes if you wanted to. Right? You can perfect tiring your shoes, right? I guess it's just, I wouldn't call it art though. Art is definitely not how I would but I see what you're saying. I get the point you're saying. Pit validates the amount of time you spent getting the gear. You need something to do something with your gear, because there is no PvP. So pit is devalidation. The problem is that like it's bad. Like pit is just bad. But it's the only thing we got. So we cling on to it, we hold on to it, we define our builds, the metrics, all that stuff, you know, because of it, right? But it's still terrible. So we end up with, you know, unfortunate circumstances for builds and things because of you know, because the content that we are basing things off of is just, well, terrible. You know, bosses are not even. You got random progression in the pits. Mob types, different mob types are quite terrible. Barriers are just ridiculous. DR mobs shouldn't really exist. Quite a few bad maps. I mean, a 15-minute timer, so you're watching paint dry throughout most of the rift. It just needs so much. And the fact that it's been this way since season 4. Season 5, season 4, yeah. Since season 4, with no significant changes to how it operates is just baffling to me, considering that it's the only scaling content we have, the only thing that kind of keeps people wanting to play until they realize they don't want to do the pit. Like that. It's just sad, really, honestly.
Pandaglass raided my stream with 62
dark
viewers.
side.
So
We just got
everybody's
brainless,
sending people my
son.
way today.
You know how we do. Drop my new
Panda.
beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. And there was and another raid I come here with. Oh, you were watching Panda too? You had Panda tab. So you had me tab, Panda tabbed, because you came in from the Clip This raid, right? Initially. Clover, what's going on, y'all? You already thinking of it? I'm talking about blasting through the great gear for fun. Oh, that. Oh, you mean like speed farming? Okay, gotcha. Well, in that case, I guess pit should really be capped then. Like a much earlier, like cap it at 100. Honestly, it'd be a lot easier to kind of, if we're gonna base metrics around it, cap it at 100. What did I have here? Cervex. Okay. Oh, what up, y'all? I am doing some, for sure off meta things, trying to pull out as much as I possibly can out of multiple different ways to build and or set up random barrels. The only one I will not do is the dot damage one, just because literally it's only for pit pushing, and that's it. You can't play any other way. Wait a minute. Did I not have? I didn't have Apagic at all that run. I did Vex instead. Why did I do that? Not Vex, but Behemoth. Oh well. All right. Well, here's what we'll do. We'll come back to Skylander since I didn't do it. I didn't do it correctly. All right. How's this gonna feel? Let's go to Q Abishad. Arshika deserves great gear. Does Pain Gorger do the same element as us, or is it considered physical damage? My assumption that it's the same as us. Actually, you know the perfect person who would know that. I don't know if Beat Dropper is still here, but Beat Dropper wouldn't answer to that. He's done a ton of testing on Pain Gorgers. Speaking of which, I do have some questions for him if he's still here. Okay, that's probably not going to work out as well as I would have thought. I also think something is up with precision too. Precision just seems quite a bit awkward. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I can't do 3 without resource elixir. Yeah, and Cax literally destroys. I think honestly that's really the biggest problem. Cax literally destroys. Like it literally destroys the rotation. And anytime I cannot cast a basic attack because of it, I lose like an entire rotation. And when I'm already doing a rotation, losing an entire rotation is just like a massive loss to damage. Not only that, but I'm not seeing the big numbers I should, considering that this is a 360% multiplier versus like the norm. And I have to go crown to get my energy down enough to be able to do it with the basic attack. So yeah, I don't know. I can't. I guess before even running it in the pit, I can't justify it because without Cax, trying to do something like this without Cax is just not worth it. But it'll feel better. It'll feel better without Cax. That's the thing. Like it'll feel a lot better without it. But in fact, let's give it a shot without Cax, but I'm pretty sure the results are going to be kind of similar to what it was last run. The escalating dungeons don't feel challenging at all. The thing is that they actually were like that. It actually was towards the beginning of it, like as we were leveling and stuff like that. It actually did feel like it was going to take a bit to kind of like be able to like down it. I think everybody kind of like had at least a little bit of a struggle with Aseroth Astaroth. Yeah. Initially, and then of course once we got geared up, you know, then it was different. Then he was like, but initially though, I think we all had at least a little bit of a fight. You know, got a couple of times being like, yo, this dude, right? I think that's a almost kind of what B Dropper said in a sense, like, you know, a T5 and a T6 sort of thing. Either that or just have each part of content, specific content, be able to have the scaling past the original T4 metric. All right, so what do we want if we're not going to have CACs? I guess we can do we got Cervex, and then we got so yeah, this technically this will feel better, but I feel like my damage is gonna fall off a cliff, unfortunately. Is it bad to put our secret temper on the one-handed weapon, masterwork it, so you can use them per dart on the bow, masterwork it as well? You should be able to do both, because they don't conflict with each other. The only two things that conflict would be Shadow Clone double damage and then the Heartseeker projectile. So you can still do Heartseeker projectile and damage per Dark Shroud on the same weapon. I play Road to Season. I play Sword Spirit. Druid is extremely nice to play. I hear Pulverize is fun, but the bugs are riding Lightbringer. So yeah, hopefully they fix it. Man, go see QC Azarath, Heartseeker. You know what? I do have a good Azura. Maybe I'll play around with it tomorrow.
Need something forged?
But I mean, like I said, I can already do 90s Heartseeker. Pengorgers. Without Azarath. How many GA on your amulet? Honestly, the only one that matters is the cooldown. Having 2, 3, or 4 GA on a Water Hakan doesn't technically really matter. It's not gonna get me to like the next tier or anything. Now, if it's like a normal amulet and I got like a 3 GA, like, you know, Dex, Frigid Finesse, and like Malice, then now we're talking. It's infinite energy. You don't really need energy. You're not really energy starved with Heartseeker, or at least you shouldn't be. All right, so last run. I don't have any hopes for this, but although nah, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. I probably should do Poison Trap, but I really don't want to. I really don't want to do it. You think you have a 4-star? This one's a 2-star, but or 2 GA, but it's fine. It's totally fine. There you go. This is a very bad start because of that DR mob. That actually wasn't too bad. Except for this dude. Didn't get hit by anything. Uh-oh, wrong button. Nah, I kind of need Cax. Cax is just way too good. Not gonna be worth.
My hammer sings on your return.
Leo, he said, saying the better way I have lots of fun because I can spam and bosses make you delete even before your trap has his birds in there and it sends you to ruins through a cactus up. Perfect uptime.
Finished, are you?
Yeah, and literally that's exactly the way I feel about Pain Gorgers. I'm glad you're having fun. Like I am 100% glad that you're having fun with it.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
Even I actually go QC now more so than anything. Still Pain Gorgers, but I do the jump in, jump out so I can get extra damage or whatever. Alright guys, I think I'm done with the meme experimenting. So I can't do this in a way that's not going to, because you got to go Cax. Cax is like 4 tiers of damage, right? On like almost any build, and if you cannot go Cax, that's like losing like 2 aspects. So that ambulance would be more like a dot and less like a spell. As Azarath doesn't do any dot damage. Azarath is not damage over time. It's just proc damage. In fact, Azarath and Pain Gorgers, I'm gonna say are kind of alike, but they're both procs. But none of them do damage over time. But all right, guys. Yeah, we did do a lot. We pretty much, with our scientific experimentations, as with any experimentations, you fail a lot more than you succeed. But when you do find something that is actually kind of cool, you know, you put that in the books and it's nice. But we all know how that goes. But we will be back tomorrow to do more experimentation. What am I? Well, I'm gonna farm a little bit more mats, but I really gotta do some rapid fire and some barrage stuff. I haven't done any of that yet. I'm pretty sure like no one's bothered, and I really need to, so I can make the proper changes in the guide. So, anyhow, let's raid out. All right, Leo. Yeah, I see you, man. Which worked better with Heartseeker, Shadow Clone? Oh, definitely Shadow Clone. Like, not even a contest. Actually, you know, I would love to do Rain of Arrows with Heartseeker. Honestly, you just can't. There's no way to justify that because the Shadow Clone does. The Shadow Clone already does more damage than you do. Technically, still does. And then the Shadow Clone does more damage than it's supposed to on the Pain Gorger's prop, which is why Pain Gorger's is so good. So unless Rain of Arrows can somehow do more damage than Shadow Clone can on the Pain Gorger's, or while proccing. Well, no, actually, it can't do that. It can't really proc the Pain Gorger's proc. It can mark it with it, but it can't proc it like Shadow Clone can. Yeah, so it just wouldn't work out. Like the combo wouldn't work out. Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit over Shadow Clone. Wish I can do kind of other things that doesn't involve that. I know TB Poison is probably the only thing that isn't like an ultimate that doesn't really involve Shadow Clone. They retire over this season. What up, Tender? Trying to figure out where to go. Oh, Fame is on still. She's gonna be on for a while. Oh, she just got on. Jesus Christ, she's Paragon 281. I mean, I know I've been slacking because I've been doing other stuff, but man. All right, we're gonna go to Fame. Pretty sure most people, you know, at least know who she is. It probably has the most level 100 characters out of anyone ever in D4. She likes playing. She kind of plays her way too, which is actually kind of cool. Like she doesn't necessarily adhere to the meta, but she plays whatever she wants. She plays all classes and whatever build she feels like playing with some really creative names. You guys enjoy her. Evident Pig, what's going on? He came in to do one job. Good job. But see y'all later. And as always, till next time.